Good afternoon. The sitting is open. The first item of business this afternoon is a current affair debate on threatened bans of pride events in Council of Europe member state. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes for all members except the first speaker chosen by the Bureau, who is allowed 7 minutes. In the debate, I call first Mr. Max Lux. You have 7 minutes, my friend.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident, meine Damen und Herren. 1992 fand die allererste Europride in London statt. Zu einer Zeit, in der in 17 Staaten dieser heutigen Organisation homosexuelle Handlungen noch kriminalisiert wurden. Zu dieser Zeit zogen mutige 100.000 Menschen durch die Londoner Innenstadt. 1992. Sie ebneten einen Weg. Sie ebneten einen Weg dahin, dass heute in allen 46 Mitgliedstaaten dieser Organisation homosexuelle Handlungen legal sind. Dazu, dass diese Organisation sich auch der Rechte von Lesben, von Schwulen, von Bisexuellen und von Transpersonen annimmt, sich Hass und Gewalt entgegenstellt. 30 Jahre später gibt es einige, die diesen Weg zurückgehen wollen. Und dafür steht symbolisch der Umgang der serbischen Regierung mit der Europride, die vor einem Monat in Belgrad stattgefunden hat, oder auch nicht, je nachdem, wen man von der serbischen Regierung fragt. 2019 hat die serbische Regierung der Belgrad Pride Unterstützung für die Europride zugesagt. Und nur einen Monat vor dem Pride-Event Ende August hat Präsident Vučić auf einmal verkündet, dass er die Pride verbieten lassen will. Dieses Verbot hat er durchgesetzt, flankiert von einer keinesfalls unabhängigen Justiz. Am 17. September war keine gewöhnliche Demonstration erlaubt. Die Teilnehmer des Pride-Marsches, ich war selbst da, wurden abgeschottet wie Hooligans auf dem Weg in ein Stadion. Niemand sollte sie sehen können. Das war das Ziel der Regierung. Ein kleiner Pride-March war nur dank der internationalen Gemeinschaft und dank der mutigen AktivistInnen in Belgrad möglich. Es war eine verletzte Parade, das hatte die Regierung erreicht, aber es war weit mehr als nur eine Ansammlung von einem Konzert, wie es der Innenminister und Präsident heute darstellen. Eins steht nach den Ereignissen im September 2022 fest. Herr Vučić und die serbische Regierung haben die Europride, und ich behaupte in vollem Bewusstsein, für ein politisches Spiel mit Europa benutzt. Sie haben LGBTI instrumentalisiert. Das ist schäbig, gefährlich und einer Demokratie unwürdig. Lieber Herr Vučić, liebe serbische Regierung, Lesben, Schwulen, Bisexuelle und Transpersonen sind keine Spielbälle für Autokraten. Sie sind Menschen mit unveräußerlichen Rechten, die durch die Europäische Menschenrechtskonvention und durch die Istanbul-Konvention geschützt werden. Menschen, die dank der VorkämpferInnen heute hier stehen können und wie ich als junger schwuler Mann in dieser Versammlung dafür einstehen können, dass ihr Hass, ihre Gewalt, ihre Instrumentalisierung nicht ungesehen und nicht ungeächtet bleibt. Einer Wahrheit können wir uns nicht entziehen, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Ein Backlash geht in Europa. Populisten und Feinde der Menschenrechte und Demokratie bedienen sich derer, die am leichtesten verletzbar sind. Und aus Worten werden Taten. Gestern erst, wenn wir an Bratislava denken und an den queerfeindlichen Angriff auf eine Bar, bei der 2 junge Männer getötet wurden, denen wir heute gedenken. Weitere wurden verletzt. In den Wochen vor der Europride in Belgrad wurden von führenden Vertretern der serbisch-orthodoxen Kirche Hassreden gegen LGBTI-Personen gehalten. Es gab Angriffe auf albanische LGBTI-AktivistInnen. 2 von ihnen kamen ins Krankenhaus. In Münster, in meiner Heimatregion in Deutschland, ist ein junger Transmann ermordet worden bei dem Besuch einer Pride, als er sich für andere eingesetzt hat. LGBT-freie Zonen in Polen, die nichts anderes als ein aktiver Aufruf zu Hass und Gewalt sind. In Montenegro rief die serbisch-orthodoxe Kirche im Vorfeld der Pride am 8. Oktober zum ersten Mal zu einem Erlösungsgebet für das Heil von Ehe und Familie auf. Am 5. Juli 2021 sehen sich die Organisatoren der Tiflis Pride gezwungen, ihre Demonstration in Georgien abzusagen, nachdem rechtsextreme Demonstranten ihre Büros gestürmt und JournalistInnen gewaltsam angegriffen haben. LGBTI-Personen sind nicht sicher in Europa, sie waren es noch nie. Aber der zivilisatorische Fortschritt der letzten Jahre steht deutlicher in Frage denn je. In vielen Ländern wurde erst in den letzten Jahren die rechtliche Gleichstellung der Ehe für LGBTI-Personen vollzogen und damit rechtliche Gleichstellung verwirklicht. Sicherheit kann nicht heißen, eine Pride zu verbieten. Sicherheit kann doch nicht bedeuten, dass wir uns verstecken sollen. Sicherheit muss bedeuten, dass wir von unseren Regierungen geschützt werden, wenn wir angegriffen werden, dass sich die internationale Gemeinschaft hinter uns versammelt, wenn unsere Rechte beschränkt werden und dafür eintritt, dass wir sichtbar sein können. Deshalb begrüße ich es, dass das Ministerkomitee seine einzigartigen Empfehlungen zu Menschenrechten von LGBTI-Personen aus dem Jahr 2010 jetzt erneuert. Das ist eine Chance, das ECRI-Monitoring zu schärfen und die Zusammenarbeit mit den Mitgliedstaaten zu verbessern. Hassgesetze, Hass, Rhetorik, Wasserwerfer und Verbote von Prides, das ist in Europa Alltag. Autokraten halten das für einen Ausdruck ihrer Stärke, dabei ist das ein Ausdruck von Schwäche. Sie haben Angst vor LGBTI-Personen, denn wenn LGBTI-Personen frei sind, ist eine Gesellschaft frei. Als Europarat sehen wir den obersten Hüter der Menschenrechte. Dieser oberste Hüter der Menschenrechte muss auch der oberste Hüter für LGBTI-Rechte sein. LGBTI-Rechte sind Menschenrechte und sie werden es immer bleiben. Dankeschön.
Thank you very much, Mr. Max Lux. I call next Mr. Paul Gaban from Ireland. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks indeed, Mr. Chairperson. On behalf of the United European Left, I want to very much welcome this very timely and necessary debate, and I want to pass on my congratulations for the fine speech that Mr. Lux has just made in relation to this issue. Colleagues, every year, Pride marches across the world are attended by thousands from all walks of life, celebrating equality, but also continuing to highlight discrimination, which there is no doubt still exists in every society. My own country, Ireland, of course, has its own history of Pride parades going back to the 1980s. While it wasn't until June 1983 before the first gay Pride protest march took place, but Pride was celebrated in Dublin in many different ways from as early as June 1974. But it's important to remember that that 1983 march was organised in response to the release of 5 men who brutally murdered Declan Flynn in a homophobic attack in Fairview Park in Dublin. The march was a demand for change and was a turning point for recognising the injustices against LGBTQ+ community. It wasn't until 1993 when legislation was finally passed to decriminalise sexual activity between men in Ireland, but more legislation has since passed. The same-sex marriage referendum in 2015 was very successful, with 64% of Irish people voting in favour. It was a truly proud day to be a member of the Irish nation. And Pride continues every year in Dublin and many other towns and cities across Ireland. Wherever they happen, they bring out the colour and beauty of a society that values diversity and acceptance. Unfortunately, some member states of the Council of Europe are still banning pride parades and ultimately denying the right to peaceful assembly and the right to freedom of expression. Freedom of peaceful assembly and of expression stand at the core of a functioning democracy. Everyone should be able to enjoy their human rights equally and safely. Yet Turkey has banned pride parades for years, reflecting the increasing hardline policies of President Erdogan. It's a shame because Turkey was actually one of the first Muslim-majority countries to allow pride events and marches. And now, in recent years, the events and marches have often been banned and police have been used to disperse them. At the latest Pride parade in Istanbul in June, 373 people were detained and several people, including journalists, were attacked by the police. Serbia has also recently banned Pride parades. LGBTQ plus groups were delighted when Belgrade was chosen over Barcelona, Dublin and Lisbon to host Europride 2022. However, the Serbian president announced a few weeks before it was due to take place that Europride would have to be called off out of fear that protests would lead to violent clashes. Case law of the European Court of Human Rights repeatedly highlights that states have the obligation to the greatest extent possible to facilitate the holding of peaceful assemblies. We need to call out this denial of human rights, but most importantly, leaders of their countries must show political leadership. We must always insist on true equality.
Thank you, Mr. Paul Gaband. And the next speaker will be Monsieur Christopher Lacroix. You have the floor, my friend.
Monsieur le Président, cher Antonio, je vais commencer mon intervention, je ne sais pas que c'était vous qui alliez présider ce moment, en rappelant Antonio Banderas dans La Ley del Deseo, La loi du désir, un film magnifique de Pedro Almodóvar, réalisé en 1987, donc il y a près de 40 ans. Et Antonio Banderas disait ceci: « J'ai reçu plus de lettres d'insultes pour avoir embrassé un homme sur la bouche dans ce film que d'en avoir tué. » Eh bien, effectivement, c'était en 1987, mais on peut constater que dans certains pays membres du Conseil de l'Europe, on a encore cette même réaction. Et les homosexuels sont considérés, les personnes LGBTQI sont considérés comme des êtres qui sont non seulement différents, qui sont dangereux et qui sont plus vilains que les criminels. Et ce matin, nous avons reçu le délégué de l'Europride, dans le cadre de la plateforme interparlementaire LGBTI, M. Lukic, et il nous a expliqué comment l'événement, qui avait d'abord été autorisé par les autorités serbes, a vu le pouvoir du président et le pouvoir du ministère de l'Intérieur faire en sorte que les droits des homosexuels de s'exprimer librement dans la rue soient rétrécis, et ils ont subi harcèlement et tracasseries administratives du pouvoir avec une interdiction qui est arrivée. Et j'ai pu souligner que les paroles ne suffisent pas, car si le gouvernement serbe et la Serbie a fait de nombreux efforts, il faut acter aujourd'hui que ce n'est pas suffisant, qu'il faut aller plus loin. Il faut de véritables actions. Et j'étais très frappé par les mots de notre interlocuteur de ce matin, parce qu'il a dit « le fait que le gouvernement du pays, que les autorités refusent de soutenir les droits fondamentaux des personnes LGBTI, ça enhardit tous ceux qui s'y opposent. » Et effectivement, si l'Europride a recueilli beaucoup d'attention médiatique car elle rassemblait des manifestants de tous les continents, des questions similaires se posent dans de nombreux autres pays, en Turquie, en Géorgie, avec des mobilisations de l'extrême droite, au Monténégro, dans d'autres pays où les églises, et en particulier l'Église orthodoxe, se mobilisent la population, fait peur à cette population, galvanise les foules, comme si on était dans une quête des sorcières de Salem. Nous devons vraiment prendre garde. La Cour européenne des droits de l'homme l'a dit, ce ne sont pas les manifestations des fiertés qui représentent un danger, c'est le fait de les interdire qui pose problème. Pride is not a problem, banning it is. Chers collègues, nous avançons, mais je pense que les droits à la liberté de réunion et d'expression des personnes LGBTI sont en danger. La tenue de ce débat était essentielle. Nous devons continuer à agir avec détermination, car les personnes LGBTI sont avant tout des citoyens et des citoyennes qui, par le droit, doivent être protégés par les autorités de ces mêmes pays.
Thank you. Monsieur Christopher. And I call next Ms. Demetrios Kairidis. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of my political group, the European People's Party, here is what I have to say. We are discussing today about the protection of a fundamental human right, which is the right to choose who you love, in dignity and in full respect with this choice. There is no doubt there has been enormous progress in the last years on that front, and we are proud that Europe overall is at the forefront of that fight for this human right. But there is a lot of work to be done, there is no doubt, and there are enormous gaps, both intergenerational between the younger people and older citizens of Europe, and regionally between East and West. Already we were told about laggards such as Turkey or Azerbaijan, obviously Russia and Belarus, that are not members of our Council, are also very far behind, but even further to the West, we have problems in Bulgaria, in Romania, obviously in Poland. We have exceptions that need to be also mentioned, such as regional outliers, such as Estonia or my country, Greece, in a positive way. There is no doubt we need to do a lot more. I am really worried, and we all should be really worried, with this recent merge of authoritarian leaders from the East, merging their authoritarianism with a militant homophobic hysteria that we see in places like Russia, but not only there, according to which gay rights are about a decadent West that is there to imperil the true culture and civilization of places such as Russia. We hear this echo in Turkey and in other countries in the eastern part of Europe. More, I don't want to go into the details, everybody understands. We have to be very clear. Gay rights are fundamental human rights, and pride parades make the case that tolerance is not enough. Tolerance is not enough. We need full recognition, full respect, and full celebration of the diversity of humans and of the LGBTI community for an inclusive society. And an inclusive society is a society that can progress and can grow for the benefit of everybody, both homosexual and heterosexual members. And this is where we stand. Thank you very much. And congratulations for the initial speech that put the problem in its right size and proportion parameters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dimitrios. And our next speaker will be Mr. Bob Van Pareren from Netherlands. You have the floor, my friend.
Mr. Chair, we talk today, as I look at the agenda, about a pride event in Belgrade that is stopped by the responsible authorities. The reason was a risk of security for as well participants as possible demonstrators. A wise decision, unless you want the provocation from whatever side. Whatever cultural background there is, this can happen in a city. But the special situation is now that this issue has become a debate in the Council of Europe. The Pride organizers have already complained about this situation at the European Union office in Brussels, with the comment that this will have severe precedent working for remaining countries. I have not seen any evidence so far, but probably that's the case. But now it appears on our agenda here. Imagine, let me tell, There are about 200,000 cities, villages, communities in our 46 countries. Imagine that each moment that local authorities forbid something, that this fact pops up as a debate in our council. We should have a full-time job over here with overwork. Another observation is, or better question, is this a general matter in, let's say, 50,000 communities? I really doubt that. So for us, this local situation is not a subject for debate. To comfort other groups, I want to do that certainly now, we have nothing against the LGBTQ, or I call it, because there are 72 types, the alphabet people. As some have heard from me, my grandson is homosexual and I love to be with him, and there's nothing going wrong there, but also nothing difficult there. So let's spend our time here in this Council of Europe on really major subjects. Let's take the Ukraine demands. Is there anyone interested to discuss and to start up a crowdfunding in their country for relief of the disaster in Ukraine? That's really what needed is. Or anyone organizing political visits to Ukraine's reconquered areas in real-life support to the people of Ukraine. Or about human rights issues like energy poverty, inflation poverty. Also issues with tremendous effects on human rights and well-being. So accept individual decisions from community leaders and let us produce less papers, more action plans and commitments as a reminder of the call from President Zelensky this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I call next Madame Beatrice Fresco-Rolfo from Monaco. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Une fois de plus, nous sommes ici pour défendre les droits fondamentaux. Le groupe ALDE regrette que l'organisation de la première Europride dans les Balkans ait été semée d'embûches. Le groupe regrette les décisions tardives de la part du gouvernement serbe, prises en totale contradiction avec des premiers accords qui vont à l'encontre de tous les principes liés à la liberté d'expression. Chers collègues, pour votre information, les Prides découlent de la lutte entre les forces de l'ordre et un groupe de personnes lesbiennes, gays, bisexuelles et transgenres à New York en 1969. La première en Europe s'est déroulée en 1972. Elle a réuni 200 personnes à Münster. 50 ans plus tard, certains pays sont encore en train de se questionner sur la tenue de ces défilés pacifiques et solidaires. 50 ans, rendez-vous compte. Or, les États ont des devoirs et des responsabilités. Je crois qu'au-delà du cas de Belgrade, c'est l'ensemble des obligations de chaque État auxquelles nous devons nous intéresser. Il est fondamental pour les membres de l'Assemblée parlementaire du Conseil de l'Europe d'assurer la liberté de se rassembler de manière pacifique en proscrivant toute répression armée et violente contre les manifestants. S'y opposer devra être considéré comme une atteinte aux droits dévolus à tout citoyen. Toutefois, l'espoir est de mise, car si certains pays montrent encore une importante intolérance contre de tels rassemblements avec de nombreux emprisonnements et des moyens de pression injustifiés, nous pouvons nous réjouir que des pays et leurs parlementaires progressistes travaillent pour la reconnaissance des droits des personnes LGBTI. Il est regrettable que de nos jours, l'homosexualité soit encore perçue par certains fondamentalistes comme une maladie mentale et que des thérapies de conversion soient même prescrites contre cela. Nous avons tous entendu au moins une fois cet argument absolument irrecevable qui est celui de la protection de l'idée conservatrice de ce qu'est une famille. Mes chers collègues, l'intérêt de l'enfant n'est-il pas de pouvoir grandir en étant aimé, nourri, éduqué et soigné ? Alors ne dénigrons pas ses aptitudes au couple homosexuel simplement en raison de leur orientation sexuelle. Il m'est difficile de supporter que des personnes soient victimes de discrimination sur leur lieu de travail et dans les restaurants et soient l'objet de discours de haine personnels et globaux en raison de leur orientation sexuelle ou de leur choix de genre. J'en reviens à ce qui nous occupe aujourd'hui, Belgrade. Abandonné lâchement par les dirigeants de la Serbie moins de 96 heures avant le début de la manifestation, la Pride a néanmoins pu réunir 10 000 participants, mais en faisant face à un grand nombre de difficultés. Lors de l'édition de ce matin, Nous avons pu ressentir qu'au-delà des obstacles, c'est surtout le manque de sécurité pour les participants pacifistes qui fut pointé du doigt, notamment contre les exactions de la part des hooligans. À nous, parlementaires, d'amener des changements et de construire une paix sociale en promouvant l'inclusion et en faisant de l'égalité une réalité. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Madame. And our next speaker will be Mr. Roberto Rampi. You have the floor, my friend.
Sì, signor Presidente, io ho sentito il dovere di intervenire in quest'Aula per diverse ragioni. La principale è che conosco persone che sono andate a Belgrado per manifestare, che sono tornate nel loro paese, in questo caso non erano italiani, erano albanesi, sono tornate nel loro paese con ferite, con percosse, perché sono state abbandonate appunto dalle autorità, come la collega ha detto pochi minuti fa, ma anche perché è un principio fondamentale, quello della libertà di manifestazione e di espressione, che questo Consiglio deve e vuole promuovere, e mi ha colpito dover sentire un collega vicino a me parlare di questo Pride di Belgrado come se fosse una qualsiasi delle manifestazioni che si possono tenere in qualunque paese dei 47 paesi, insomma non so, la sagra della porchetta, la sagra del maiale, se non lo organizzano allora è un problema. E non è così, caro collega, stiamo parlando della possibilità delle persone di poter dire che cosa credono per la loro vita e stiamo parlando del futuro di ragazzi e di ragazze, soprattutto giovani, che attraversano un periodo di confusione, di difficoltà, di comprensione e che devono capire se il mondo dà loro la rappresentazione di poter scegliere liberamente rispetto ai propri desideri, ai propri bisogni, oppure se ci sono delle strade che sono accettate dalla società e altre verso le quali non devi andare, perché altrimenti rischi che qualcuno ti parli alle spalle, perché altrimenti rischi che qualcuno non ti assuma sul posto di lavoro, perché altrimenti rischi che qualcuno ti metta le mani addosso oltre che parlarti dietro. Di questo stiamo parlando e questi sono principi fondamentali che non sono garantiti oggi nei nostri paesi. Nel Senato italiano, pochi mesi fa, una legge a difesa, una legge contro l'omofobia e contro la violenza dell'omofobia è stata bocciata dalla maggioranza con gli applausi delle forze che oggi governano il nostro paese. Allora la democrazia non è poter fare tutto ciò che si vuole. La democrazia è garantire soprattutto i diritti di chi è più debole, soprattutto i diritti che non sono ancora garantiti, soprattutto i diritti delle minoranze. E quel 92 che veniva citato di Londra è stato un grande momento. Io sono stato al mio primo Pride nel 96 a Roma, ero un giovane consigliere comunale, ci sono andato non per un mio outing, non è importante il mio orientamento sessuale, ci sono andato come politico perché ho sempre creduto che le persone potessero manifestare liberamente quello che credevano e quella cosa fu una notizia nel mio giornale locale. Io voglio un mondo in cui andare a un Pride non è una notizia perché è un fatto normale e voglio un mondo in cui tutte le persone si sentano libere di manifestare i propri orientamenti sessuali, religiosi, politici tranquillamente. Oggi non è così in Serbia, oggi non è così nei paesi del Consiglio d'Europa e noi ci dobbiamo battere perché sia così in futuro. Grazie.
Thank you, Mr. Roberto Rampi. We are really going to miss you as a member of this Parliamentary Assembly. I call next Miroslava Nikiel from Poland. You have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, Madam President, dear colleagues, freedom of assembly is one of the absolutely fundamental human rights protected under Article 11 of European Convention of Human Rights. I am deeply concerned about bans and creating obstacles in organizing private events in Council of Europe member states. Let me remind my colleagues on the right of the words attributed to Voltaire. I disagree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. This is attitude I wish should follow in respect to freedom of assembly. This is what distinguishes us Western civilization from authoritarian regimes such as Russia. We respect different opinions of citizens of our countries and their right to express it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker will be Monsieur Damien Cotier from Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais dire à tous ceux qui interdisent les gay pride ou LGBT pride, à tous ceux qui disent « mais ça n'est pas grave, occupons-nous de choses sérieuses », j'aurais envie de leur dire « n'ayez pas peur ». N'ayez pas peur. Les personnes homosexuelles ou LGBT sont des gens comme vous, comme votre petit-fils, qui simplement veulent vivre leur amour normalement, sans avoir à se cacher. Et c'est exactement ça qu'est une Pride, ça n'est rien d'autre. Des fois, on me demande à quoi sert une Pride, encore dans le monde d'aujourd'hui. Elle sert tout simplement à affirmer son identité publiquement, à affirmer sa fierté d'être qui on est, qu'on n'a pas choisi d'être. Moi, je n'ai pas choisi d'aimer les garçons. Et il se trouve que j'ai fait un processus, d'ailleurs assez long, pour l'accepter et le dire publiquement, ce que j'ai fait il y a 4 ans, et qui est une des meilleures décisions que j'ai prises dans ma vie, simplement pour vivre qui je suis. Et c'est ça, une Pride, c'est d'aller affirmer, c'est un combat politique pour aller affirmer que finalement les personnes LGBT sont comme les autres, et qu'il n'y a pas à faire des histoires par rapport à ça. Il faut simplement, comme vous l'avez très bien dit, non pas tolérer, mais accepter et même célébrer cette diversité. Je crois que c'est le but même de notre Conseil de l'Europe. Donc oui, monsieur, c'est important, monsieur Van Pareren, c'est important qu'on en discute ici. Oui, c'est aussi important qu'on parle d'Ukraine et qu'on y aille. Vous parlez à quelqu'un qui a mené une délégation de 10 parlementaires de cette Assemblée à Kiev, à Irpin et à Boutcha au mois de juin de cette année. Donc on s'en occupe, on en parle beaucoup ici, on y travaille, on doit continuer à le faire. Mais ça ne veut pas dire que parce qu'on parle d'Ukraine ou d'autres sujets importants, on ne doit pas parler de ce sujet-là qui est essentiel. Parce que c'est les droits, et je remercie le premier orateur et tous les autres groupes politiques qui ont rappelé que ce sont des droits fondamentaux que nous devons défendre ici. Le droit à sa dignité, le droit à vivre indépendamment de son orientation sexuelle et le droit à manifester. Et le rôle des autorités, quand il y a des problèmes de sécurité, ce n'est pas d'interdire une manifestation, c'est de la protéger, de permettre à ce qu'elle soit possible, pour justement assurer ce droit à manifester dans l'ensemble de notre continent. Et tous ces droits que je viens de citer, ils sont inscrits dans la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme, dont notre institution est la garante. Je vais vous raconter une histoire. Je viens de Suisse, dans le canton du Valais, en 2001, ville de Sion, il y a une Pride qui a été très mal reçue. Ça avait fait beaucoup de tensions, il y avait des tensions avec l'Église. 15 ans après, cette Pride a eu lieu dans la joie complète et sans qu'il y ait aucun problème. Les mentalités évoluent. Et l'année dernière, le peuple suisse a voté sur la proposition du Parlement de créer un mariage pour tous en Suisse, et tous les cantons, y compris le canton du Valais qui avait résisté tellement, a accepté cette proposition. Parce que la population a compris qu'il faut célébrer cette diversité, que les personnes LGBT sont des personnes comme les autres, et que plus il y aura des manifestations comme celle-ci, eh bien, plus on réussira à créer cette société qui accepte et qui intègre, et c'est le but de notre Conseil de l'Europe. Alors vraiment, n'ayez pas peur.
Thanks, Monsieur Cotier, and I call next Ms. Yvel Arcelans for Switzerland. You have the floor.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident, geschätzte Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Die Europride-Veranstaltung findet jedes Jahr in einem anderen Land statt. Dieses Jahr war sie in Belgrad geplant. Es wurde jedoch versucht, die Veranstaltung mit Druck seitens den Behörden und des Präsidenten zu verhindern. Und warum? Weil die konservativen und religiösen Kräfte mit völlig haltlosen Argumenten, wie der nationale Sicherheit zum Beispiel, Stimmung gemacht haben. Doch die guten Erfahrungen und friedliche Veranstaltungen in den letzten Jahren zuvor zeigten klar, dass es überhaupt keinen Anlass dazu gegeben hat, überhaupt keine Sorge getragen werden musste. Dieser Akt der Einmischung beschneiden fundamentale Menschenrechte, insbesondere das Recht auf Gleichheit, Meinungsäußerungsfreiheit und Versammlungsfreiheit. Und das ist nicht tolerierbar, dass wir diese Angriffe in Kauf nehmen. Wir haben in diesem Gremium mit der jüngsten Resolution 2417 zur Bekämpfung des zunehmenden Hasses gegen LGBTIQ+-Personen in Europa klar gesagt, dass wir die Unterdrückung der Menschen oder der Rechte von unseren Mitbürgerinnen nicht tolerieren werden und jede Einschränkung dieser Rechte verurteilen. Meine Damen und Herren, gerade in Ländern, in denen Vielfältigkeit in allen Facetten und die Rechte von Minderheiten noch nicht auf Verfassungsebene gesichert sind und in der breiten Gesellschaft verankert sind, ist die öffentliche Präsenz sehr wichtig. Die Rechte der LGBTIQ+-Community sind universelle Menschenrechte und sie haben überall zu gelten. Und gerade deshalb kann man in der Schweiz seit Juli dieses Jahres gleichgeschlechtliche Ehen eingehen. Sie haben das gehört von meinem Kollegen Damien Cottier. Die Pride-Veranstaltung in der Schweiz, meine Damen und Herren, ist ein großes Fest. Wir werden von den Behörden mitgetragen und es wird auch von den Sicherheitsbehörden gerade auch geschützt. All das ist natürlich wichtig für eine friedliche Demonstration und all das war auch möglich in den früheren Demonstrationen in Belgrad. Aber es wurde nicht genügend gewürdigt, insbesondere das ist besorgniserregend. Jede Einschränkung der Menschenrechte geht uns etwas an, denn Demokratie gehört nicht vor der Haustür dieses Hauses oder der Grenzen unseres jeweiligen Landes. Dort hört es nicht auf. Es bereitet mir große Sorgen, dass rechtsextreme Kräfte in der Politik wieder mehr Gehör finden. So ist es wichtiger denn je, dass wir uns gemeinsam für die Stärkung der Demokratie und die Wahrung der Menschenrechte einsetzen. Die Europride wird nächstes Jahr in Malta stattfinden, geschätzte Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Meine Hoffnung liegt daran, dass Malta hier mit bestem Beispiel vorangehen wird und zeigt, dass in einer Gesellschaft alle Farben ihren Platz haben und wir mit der Akzeptanz der Rechte von Minderheiten stark sind. Besten Dank.
Thank you, Ms. Ekblom. Our next speaker will be Mr. Domagoj Dukovic from Croatia. You had? I'm sorry, Dam. You had?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And first of all, thank to the initiator of this debate, Max, if I may call you. I'm a Swede, being informal. And I have high hopes for this assembly, for you bringing this matter up, and I urge you to constantly bring this matter up, because as the right for democracy, it needs constant debate and constant struggle. And this is a fundamental right, the right to love whoever you want. I was brought up like this, and this has never been an issue in my life. Just as you have your own opinions about religion or politics and ideology, this is a right of you, and this is a really fundamental right, because this is also so personal. Now, I was, as I said, I'm from Sweden. Could be easy standing here to say, what's the problem? We have problems in all the countries, and it goes back and forth. Globally, these issues are actually moving in a positive way when it comes to legislation, for the instance of more countries imposing same-sex marriages, for instance, and at the same time, just at our back door here in Europe, it's backsliding, and Belgrade is a very good example of it. The first Pride demonstrations in Sweden took place in 1971, 2 years after the ones of London, the first Pride festival in Great Britain. And one of the, on the signs translated into English said, "Knowledge erases prejudice." And that is still the key issue today, because it's prejudice, it's ignorance about these issues, kidnapped for political, whether it's political, religious, or cultural issues, and ignorance not knowing what these fundamental rights are. I mean, remember the 80s, for instance, when AIDS was in the headlines, and people spread fears that even if you touched someone who had AIDS, and everyone in the gay community, of course, had AIDS. That was the perception. That is ignorance, and ignorance is still there today, and it has to be fought for every day. I have close friends, family members who are gay, transsexual, who have changed sex. For me, this isn't an issue, and for most Swedes not, but it's backsliding there in some communities as well. But what we should do is looking at 2027, because that is up for grabs for Europride, to hold it again in Western Balkans, because then perhaps the time is right. Thank you again, Max, for this initiative.
Thank you very much, Madam. That concludes the list of the speakers. But as we have more time, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, this is Domago. Oh, yes. Mr. Domago, you have the floor. I'm sorry. I missed before, you know.
Yeah, no problem.
With Ms. Anika. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, often when we talk in this hemicycle, we talk about values of our institution. And let me just quickly remind you what those are. Democracy, rule of law, and indeed human rights. And when we talk about human rights, what about the right to love, the right to be loved, and the right to express love? It is time to sincerely ask ourselves, what kind of society are we if we forbid love? Is there a future for such a society? I would say no. Now, the rhetoric we keep hearing from the more conservative circles is that, yeah, we accept that LGBTI people exist, yeah, this is very fine and you are very nice people, but, they say, and pardon me because this is a literal translation from Croatian, keep it inside your four walls. But I ask you, what kind of life is that? That is a prison without bars, where you cannot freely be what you are. Is that a life worth living? Is it in the interest of our governments to force people to live such an unlife? Unfortunately, I am saddened and disappointed to hear some of the debates here. Dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, we are not alphabet people. We are people, full stop. And having said that, when human rights are concerned, there can be no compromises. Not for this institution, not for everything we have achieved in over 70 years of existence. And this is why I'm proud to be here and to tell you this, but saddened at the same time that I have to repeat it. I would be most happy if this debate would never have to take place. For we are forbidding one fundamental right, and that is the right of peaceful assembly. I ask you, whom was threatened by people in Belgrade or in Turkey or in any other country? Was somebody damaged? Were property damaged? No. They were just expressing their love. And by coincidence, they love the same sex. But this is completely irrelevant for our discussion. And I'm also a bit frustrated that for how many times you have to say that being a member of LGBTI community is not a matter of choice. We haven't chosen to be that. We are like that full stop. If we were created by God like that, if you wish. And in the end, let me conclude by a Latin proverb that says, amor omnia vincit. Love conquers all. In the end, love will conquer Europe, I'm sure, but it is still a long and thorny road.
Thank you very much. And as I said, with this speaker, that concludes the list. But as we have more time, does anybody else wish to speak? Yes, Mr. Gonzalo Robles, you have the floor.
Gracias, presidente. Puesto que hay la oportunidad de hacerlo y no había tenido ocasión de escribirlo, pues aprovecho, ¿no? Es decir, gracias al informe que ha presentado Max, brillante informe que nos permite debatir de una cuestión importante. Las cuestiones no se pueden mantener en privado, ¿no? Hay cuestiones que son fundamentales, que son los derechos de las personas, que son los derechos de ser cada uno como somos. Y este es el foro donde se tiene que traer. Lo han dicho prácticamente todo el sentir general de esta Cámara. Esta es la Cámara donde se habla de los derechos humanos, de los derechos de las personas. Si no podemos hablar aquí de los derechos de las personas, pues realmente entonces no sé dónde lo vamos a hacer. Realmente este no es un tema de las ciudades. No se trata del alcantarillado de las ciudades, no se trata del tráfico de las ciudades. Se trata de la vida de las personas que viven en esas ciudades y que viven en toda Europa. Y, por lo tanto, hablamos de personas, no de ciudades, y sí nos importa, por lo tanto, lo que pasa a cada una de las personas que habitan en este continente, que son ciudadanos de los países del Consejo de Europa. Me parece oportuno, me parece brillante y me parece que es importante no perder de vista que los derechos que se conquistan hay que mantenerlos. Es decir, hay veces que pensamos que las cosas que se han conquistado ya no van a tener retrocesos. Muchas veces, desgraciadamente, como estamos viendo, también hay retrocesos. Por lo tanto, hay que ser vigilantes y no hay que pasar por alto algo que ha sucedido, porque no hay ningún derecho. Habría que preguntarse por qué se ha hecho, a quién le molesta. A quién le molesta que las personas sean cada uno como es y cada uno de forma distinta. Esa es la esencia de la diferencia de los seres humanos. Hay que reconocer la diferencia. Una sociedad integrada, una sociedad plural, en donde reconoce los derechos de cada uno a ser como quiere ser. Por lo tanto, vigilar que no se vuelva a producir, vigilar que en el futuro no se pueda producir esto, es también para lo que estamos debatiendo lo que ha sucedido en Belgrado. No solamente por lo que ha sucedido en Belgrado, sino para evitar que pueda volver a suceder. No se puede consentir retrocesos sobre una cosa tan esencial que es que cada uno seamos como somos. Las generaciones a las que pertenece el MAX tienen la obligación de mantener lo que han hecho generaciones que no tuvieron la suerte de poder precisamente expresarse con la libertad y con la apertura que en este momento lo pueden hacer. Por lo tanto, por respeto a los que lo hicieron y por la suerte de las generaciones que tienen la oportunidad de ser lo que son y como quieren ser, hay que mantener el pulso para que eso pueda seguir siendo. Nada más hay importante en la vida que sentirte a gusto contigo mismo y sentirte a gusto con la comunidad que te acoge. No se trata, por lo tanto, que nos dejen reunirnos en un teatro, porque ahí no molestamos. No se trata de que nos quedamos en un sitio, porque mientras no hagas mucho ruido está bien, sino que cada uno podamos ser lo que queramos ser, donde queramos ser. Por lo tanto, enhorabuena por traer este informe y seamos todos conscientes que lo importante es evitar que se vuelva a producir. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Señor Robles. And then I call next Señora Nerea Aedo. You have the floor.
Sí, muchas gracias. La verdad es que creo que yo no voy a aportar nada nuevo, pero me parece muy importante que se sepa que somos muchos los que estamos muy de acuerdo con lo que aquí se ha planteado y espero que muy pocos los que han planteado algunos problemas. El colectivo LGTBI+ tiene problemas, está discriminado en muchos sitios, eso lo vemos todos los días y desde mi punto de vista no es aceptable. Que en un sitio apliquen medidas preventivas, ¿por qué solo se aplican medidas preventivas con determinados colectivos cuando hay determinados ámbitos que consideran a esos colectivos no adecuados, peligrosos? Lo son. Eso es discriminación y la discriminación no se puede permitir. ¿Habría pasado lo mismo en Belgrado si se hubiese pedido hacer una manifestación con el mismo número de personas, pero que fuesen scouts? Y seguro que dentro de los scouts también hay homosexuales, seguro. Bien, nadie debe ser discriminado por razón de sexo ni de orientación sexual y los derechos fundamentales, ya lo han dicho, de reunión, de manifestación, incluso de reivindicación festiva. Pero tenemos que ir a un previo. Probablemente, si el colectivo LGTBI+ viviese en una situación de igualdad y de reconocimiento real, a lo mejor no debiera manifestarse así. Y eso es algo que nos tenemos que plantear. Se han dado muchos pasos, pero todavía hay muchos más por dar. Y también se ha dicho, pero yo lo quiero recalcar, ser homosexual no es contagioso. Yo tengo desde hace muchos años amigas lesbianas, amigos gays y a mí todavía no se me ha pegado. No sé dentro de poco, pero les aseguro, no es contagioso. Y no entiendo qué hay de malo en que la gente se quiera y que la gente sea como quiere ser, sea como es y lo pueda mostrar a todos sus vecinos y a todas sus vecinas. Creo que hay un lema que es el vive y deja vivir, que es muy importante. Vive y deja vivir siempre desde el respeto. Si desde el respeto vivimos y dejamos vivir, yo creo que a todos nos iría muchísimo mejor, porque todo el mundo debe ser igual en la diferencia. ¿Cuál es el problema? Que no a todos y a todas nos tratan por igual. Gracias.
Gracias, señora Edo. And our next speaker and last speaker will be Mr. Kimmo Kuljunen.
Dear colleagues, we have had here very tough discussions this week, actually looking heavy, big political issues and controversies in the world. And today we are actually just now discussing a bit totally different type of issues where we are looking the human being from inside, issues related to our senses, and also principal values which we are carrying, like tolerance and acceptance of differences in the life. Usually when you are assessing this type of situation, political conclusions, I would almost say so, the best possible way is to study inside yourself. And I will now do it openly with you, a little bit of my own growing up process in these issues. I remember very well 25 years ago, quarter century ago, in Finland, in Parliament, we had a discussion, should we register homosexual relations in a similar way like we are registering marriages? My instinct inside said no. I'm feeling very strongly, maybe even a little bit homophobistic attitude, but my instinct said that in terms of reproduction of life, that happens in the process of heterosexual relations, and that's why I don't want to put the homosexual relations parallel to heterosexual relations, and they should be looked different ways. That was very deeply inside myself, that attitude, and was quite outspoken of that quarter century ago. Remember even arguing that in the parliament very clearly, and I'm social democrat by my background, very many said that how you can take that type of conservative attitude, etc., how it is possible that you can do that one. And I tried to define my argument. I got a letter from my son, and I read it in the parliament when this issue was done, and he wrote to me, and I actually read the letter of my son itself. He wrote, "Father, you are frequently speaking about love and positive energies, and I'm so happy that this type of persons like you are already old enough generations that you will pass away and we can create a better world in terms of more tolerance. It's not your matter. You are speaking about love, but it's not your matter to decide how other peoples are loving. Allow them to love your way, their ways, and love you your own ways, exactly that way." I read that one statement in the parliament, and I said, I will vote for this, allowing the homosexual to register. I'm so very proud of this community here that we are agreeing. We should tolerate others. Let's love each other in the way we can do it in the best way. It's the most natural for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimmo. Dear colleagues, I remind you that at the end of the current affairs debate, the Assembly is not asked to decide upon a text, but the matter may be referred by the Bureau to the responsible committee for the report. So thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, the next item of business is the debate on the report titled The Impact of Brexit on Human Rights on the Island of Ireland, presented by Mr. George Katrougalos on behalf of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy. In order to allow time for other debates this afternoon, we must interrupt the list of speakers at about 5:05 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote. Are these arrangements agreed to? Seeing no objections, these arrangements are agreed. I call on Mr. George Katrougalos, Rapporteur. You have 7 minutes now and 5 minutes to reply at the end of the debate.
Many thanks, Mr. Chair. As you can imagine, this issue, the impact of Brexit on the human rights and on the island of Ireland, is one of the most important political issues, both in Ireland itself and in Northern Ireland. I tried to investigate not just the political arguments, but through my traveling both to Dublin and Belfast, and later on in London, to try to understand also the fears and the concerns, not just of politicians, but of ordinary people. And I had the chance to meet NGOs. I had the invaluable help of Elia Bogia from the Secretariat. And also, I have been in full discussion with the political representatives of all political parties in Ireland. Most political parties in Northern Ireland, the UP did not accept to discuss with me. Unfortunately, I did not have the chance to discuss with the representatives of the British government, although I tried to initiate some channels of communication, asking even for teleconference if this was possible. These are the findings hugely endorsed in almost unanimity by the political committee. The Good Friday Agreement ended 3 decades of conflict in Northern Ireland, and it had as a postulate that both UK and Ireland have been partners in the European Union. The United Kingdom's withdrawal has shaken this delicate balance created by the peace process, and now threatens the common human rights space previously shared by all people in the island. While the Northern Ireland Protocol was introduced to limit the consequences of Brexit, and especially avoid a hard border, and although it has had an overall positive economic effect on Northern Ireland, the related rhetoric by some sides of the political spectrum has been divisive. Although polls repeatedly show that the protocol is not the primary concern for the population, although trade is not the basic problem in the island, yet the protocol is used as a pretext to hold public institutions as hostage. The shared governance provided in the Good Friday Agreement cannot function because the main unionist party, DUP, refuses to collaborate to the government, according to the provisions of the Good Friday Agreement. And we have some very worrisome unilateral initiatives by the United Kingdom. At the level of the trade negotiations with the European Union, we had the introduction of a bill on 13 June 2022, which unilaterally changes core elements of the protocol. The European Union described it as a clear breach of international law. And this move risks further destabilizing this delicate post-Brexit situation. Especially Article 2 of the protocol, which guarantees the non-diminution of rights as a result of the Brexit, should be safeguarded at all costs. Then we had the introduction by the British government on the 22nd of June of 2022 of a bill to overhaul the 1998 Human Rights Act. Recently, the new Truss government has withdrawn this bill, but only temporarily. So any further act towards the modification of the Human Rights Act risks to further destabilize the situation, exactly if it is going to add hurdles for those seeking redress in courts and having as a basis the European Convention of Human Rights. There are other worrisome facts. More than 2 decades after the Good Friday Agreement, we had a failure to properly and thoroughly address the legacy of the Troubles. UK has passed a related bill on the Northern Ireland Troubles, the so-called Legacy and Reconciliation Bill, but without a thorough discussion and consultation, neither with the Government of Ireland nor with the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission. There are serious concerns about the compatibility of this bill with the European Convention of Human Rights. In concluding, the implementation of the Good Friday Agreement must be an utmost priority, not just for the parts involved, the United Kingdom, the Republic of Ireland, but also for us. All parties should seek, in a constructive spirit, practical solutions in order to ensure the smooth and efficient implementation of the protocol. Especially UK should avoid any unilateral acts. It should reconsider its current proposal to repeal the Human Rights Act, and we should, all of us, continue to support ways of making Northern Ireland institutions more stable and more resistant to political turbulence. Many thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Now I call first in the debate on behalf of the Socialist Group, Lord Leslie Griffith, please.
Chair and colleagues, 5 out of the 6, or 4 out of the 5 people speaking for political groups, and 6 out of 12 on the rest of the list have direct involvement in the events we're discussing. I would be surprised if any of them, whichever part of the political spectrum they come from, would disagree with the fact that we must safeguard the provisions of the Good Friday arrangement at all costs. Nothing to discuss there. It's pure speculation to suppose that any one of us would allow that to happen. In the course of this week, whilst we've been here in Strasbourg, there's been a debate, a second reading of a bill in the House of Lords about the Northern Ireland Protocol. And I've read the report of that, and whilst again there's a proper divergence of views about that, although let it be said, quite a number of the views cross party lines. There seems to be an emerging consensus that the bill as proposed that would put into law the imposition of the protocol is not timely, that there are discussions going on, negotiations. Everybody agrees that negotiations represent the secret of the moment. And one commentator, one contributor to the debate, suggested that to pass this bill at this moment, I don't argue about whether it needs to be passed at another time or not, but to pass it at this moment would be to hold a sword of Damocles over the head of those who are conducting negotiations, sensitive negotiations. And we heard from the President of Ireland earlier this week how ready the Republic is, and indeed how active it is in the negotiation process. I don't want a report from this body to be a sword of Damocles that stands over the sword of Damocles and makes a kind of double obstacle that might quell, qualify, or in some way affect delicate negotiations that are going on now. And therefore, it is my hope that when we come to the conclusion of this debate, we will hear the views, we will respect the work that has been done, but perhaps we will ask with full respect that it be resubmitted to the committee for further consideration. This would be not a timely moment for this to implode on a world that is so delicately poised right now.
Thank you. Next, on behalf of the EPP group, I call upon Ionuț Marian Stroie. Please, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, I would like to begin by thanking the rapporteur for authoring this very important text. The resulting report is a very balanced one and could be the basis for a rational, mutually beneficial solution to the issue. We all know the situation in the Northern Ireland, and it has been quite fragile for the decades now. But since the Good Friday Agreement, which ended the violence of the Troubles, a delicate peace was established. However, the consequences of Brexit on the tentative balance created by the process can be very harsh on the human rights that all people of the island previously enjoyed. I would like to address the issue related to the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill introduced by the UK government this year and express our full support of the Committee of Ministers' decision to ask for additional information from the UK authorities on the compliance of the bill with the European Convention of Human Rights. There are serious concerns related to the compatibility of this bill and the Convention, and we believe, above anything else, that the victims deserve justice. I remind you that, according to this bill, alleged perpetrators could be granted immunity if they help shed light on the events of the past. This has, of course, the potential to create a two-tier justice system in the UK and to further hurt the victims and the families by preventing them from seeking justice. And let us not forget that England is the country that gave the world the Magna Carta, a symbol of the supreme power of the law and of holding power accountable. And we must continue, from our point of view, in that spirit. Furthermore, the lack of progress in implementing some of the human rights provisions of the Good Friday Agreement, such as the establishment of the Northern Ireland Bill of Rights, remains an outstanding issue that could be also addressed. And we call for responsibility and moderation on both sides. And I'm sure that some of my colleagues here remember the violence before the Good Friday Agreement and have seen its tragic consequences firsthand. We, the members of the EPP, are fully committed to offering any help or assistance that the parties deem necessary and hope that European standards and the best practices will be used in dealing with this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Stroie. Next in the debate, I call upon, on behalf of the Conservatives group, Mr. Jan Paisley from the United Kingdom. Please, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling me in this debate. May I start with a factual statement, something which may come as a surprise to the rapporteur, given that his report is so bereft of basic facts about human rights in Northern Ireland. There has been no reversal of human rights in Northern Ireland. That is a fact. The European Convention was enshrined in Northern Ireland law in Section 6 and Section 24 of the 1998 Northern Ireland Act, something which this lawyer appeared not to have read. It is not dependent on provisions of the Northern Ireland Human Rights Act or membership of the EU. It's already enshrined in our law. And in addition, there is no absolute commitment for either a Bill of Rights or to a Bill of Rights in the Belfast Agreement or in New Decade, New Approach Agreement. Those facts the rapporteur should have acquainted himself with before he wrote this report. This report does a gross disservice, actually, to this Council because it is so bereft of basic facts. The rapporteur permitted his narrow perspective to call out the key issues that he should have been engaged in. It is so blatantly anti-unionist and anti-British in many of its components, that it will be seen as not having the basis of fact within it. Now, he's already attacked the protocol bill that is going through Her Majesty's the United Kingdom Parliament and pushed by Her Majesty's government. That bill had over 80 of a majority when it went through the Parliament, and yet he wishes to dismiss it with one hand as if it is a non-event and something which we can ignore. It can't be ignored, and the arrogance of ignoring it means that this problem will continue. The reporter did not speak to one single unionist when he drew up his report. He cannot name one single unionist. And I go further. The Northern Ireland Committee, which meets in the Northern Ireland Assembly dealing with justice issues, has produced a letter saying that he did not meet with any of their key members. Not the Alliance member, not the SDLP member, not the Unionist member, not the Democratic Unionist member. So he has misrepresented to this chamber in a scurrilous way the fact that he failed to talk to unionists, and he ought to have talked to unionists about this. He will not solve the problem if he does not talk to the other side. Little bit of wonder the partitioned island of Cyprus has such problems if that's the mentality brought to trying to solve those types of problems. No, this protocol has cost Northern Ireland millions of pounds a day. It adds 27% to the costs of consumers in Northern Ireland, and this report is a gross disservice to trying to resolve the problems that it has brought to the people of Northern Ireland. It is waste paper and should be treated as such.
Next, on behalf of ALDE Group, Ms. Fiona O'Loughlin from Ireland. Please, Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I wish to acknowledge the report by the rapporteur, and I think that he makes a valid assertion that Brexit has reignited tensions in Northern Ireland, and I think we just have had an example of that there. It is furthering political division and contributing significantly to the paralysis of devolved institution. It places particular blame on divisive post-Brexit narratives, particularly surrounding the implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol. There is no doubt that Brexit has posed many challenges for Ireland and indeed for our bilateral relations with the United Kingdom. Ongoing issues have damaged trust and we need to repair it. It's fundamentally important for Ireland to have a strong and constructive relationship with the UK as neighbours, as trading partners and as co-guarantors of the Good Friday Agreement. Our bilateral trade with Britain is worth in excess of €1 billion every week. Close cooperation into the future remains clearly in the interests of all of our citizens, but unfortunately, recent unilateral developments from the British government have not helped. The protocol, which is key to avoiding a hard border, is the joint EU-UK solution to mitigate the disruption that Brexit causes for businesses on the island of Ireland. And it is a matter of profound regret that the EU-UK talks on the implementation of the protocol have stalled since last February. The UK government have not engaged with the EU since that time and instead published legislation, the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill, in June 2022, which would, if enacted, disapply core elements of the protocol, which was in line with the historic internationally negotiated Good Friday Agreement, which brought a very welcome peace to the island of Ireland. The EU has been clear that it remains open to dialogue and finding joint solutions to the issues of concern within the framework of the protocol. The EU has acted in good faith. We now need a good faith response from the United Kingdom. Most people and businesses in Northern Ireland do not support this unilateral action. The Northern Ireland business community has called for certainty and stability and stressed that this requires a negotiated settlement. The ongoing operation of the long-standing common travel area arrangement is of particular importance post-Brexit in terms of the ways that people live on the island of Ireland. The continued operation of CTA allows Irish and British citizens to move freely and reside in either jurisdiction and enjoy associated rights and entitlements, including access to employment, healthcare, education, social benefits and the right to vote in certain elections. The new ETA requirement would have serious implications for the daily lives and livelihoods of the island. Just my final comment to make, Chair, is that I support the report's call on the UK to reaffirm its commitment to the European Convention on Human Rights as a means of protecting the Good Friday Agreement, and I totally support and echo that call. Gaurav Mahagat.
Next, on behalf of the UEL, Mr. Paul Gavin from Ireland. Please, sir, you have the floor.
Thanks indeed, Mr. Chairperson. On behalf of the United European Left, I want to warmly welcome this report and indeed congratulate the rapporteur. This report is both timely and crucial because today this Assembly gets the opportunity to send a clear and hopefully united message to the British government regarding the absolute need to respect human rights, respect the jurisdiction of the European Court of Human Rights, protect the Good Friday Agreement, and refrain from taking unilateral action. As the rapporteur points out, the Irish Protocol was introduced to limit the consequences of Brexit and avoid a return to a hard border. It is entirely unacceptable for the British government to disregard its obligations under the Good Friday Agreement and to pursue a unilateral policy to change core elements of the protocol. It's also a clear breach of international law. The British Protocol Bill should be shelved. And I would remind our British colleagues that the people of the North of Ireland did not vote for Brexit. So it is entirely appropriate that this report calls for the smooth and efficient implementation of the protocol. I do welcome the fact that the new British Prime Minister has called at least a temporary halt to the so-called Human Rights Bill, which was a source of both national and international embarrassment for the British government. And I do want to recognise the British colleagues who roundly condemned the racist and anti-human rights agenda behind that bill in this Assembly in June, along with myself and many others. What the North of Ireland needs is the long-promised Bill of Rights, not attempts to water down the jurisdiction of the European Court of Human Rights. I also want to welcome the serious concerns expressed over the British government's legacy bill, which would uniquely in this world and against all principles of domestic and international law close down all routes to justice for people bereaved in the conflict. I want to be clear that there is not one single political party in Ireland, including Mr. Paisley's party, North or South, who supports this appalling bill, which again constitutes a breach of the Good Friday Agreement. Families have been waiting as long as 40 years for justice, and I'll quote the powerful message of Natasha Butler from the Time for Truth campaign to the British government. She said, "We are not invisible and you are not invincible. The trauma and burden of bereaved families fighting for justice must end now and not pass to yet another generation." Finally, I want to highlight that a much bigger conversation is well underway in Ireland, and that conversation is about Irish unity. Just 2 weeks ago, 5,000 people gathered in Dublin to discuss what a new and united Ireland might look like. Last night in Belfast, the People's Assembly was packed to the rafters with over 400 people there to discuss constitutional change. There is no doubt in my mind that in line with the Good Friday Agreement, there will be referendums on Irish unity in the coming decade. In this regard, the idea of an all-Ireland civil initiative, a citizens' assembly, makes good sense and should be taken forward by the Irish government as part of this broader conversation. Again, I congratulate the rapporteur and I ask all delegates to support this vital report.
Thank you. Now we are going to proceed to the speakers list, and first on the list is Lord George Fawkes from the United Kingdom. Please, sir, you have the floor.
Mr. President, as some of my colleagues here, not least John Howell, our delegation leader, will confirm, I don't need any encouragement to attack the Tory government in the United Kingdom. And I'll tell you, there are many opportunities at present to attack them. Not least the mini budget that we have at the moment, which is total chaos, And of course, Brexit, all of Brexit, which has been a disaster, a total disaster in the United Kingdom. And that's why I'm against the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill. The Northern Ireland Protocol Bill will undermine the delicate, balanced agreement that Tony Blair negotiated so successfully. So can I say to the rapporteur and to the chair of the committee, there can be no doubt about it, I'm against, unlike Ian Paisley, I'm against the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill. But this report is misguided because it's based on a misunderstanding. The misunderstanding, George, you said in your speech, and I listened very carefully to it, you said this bill has been passed by the United Kingdom Parliament. It hasn't. It's gone through the House of Commons, but can I remind you there are two chambers in the UK Parliament. It had its second reading, as Leslie said, on Tuesday in the House of Lords. And on the 25th of this month, I'm going to be in London to vote against the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill, along with Conservatives, Liberal Democrats, crossbenchers and all my Labour colleagues. And that bill is going to be killed, but it's not going to be killed here. It's going to be killed where it should be, and that is in the United Kingdom Parliament. And I think, George and Timo, if you press ahead with this, you could undermine our position in arguing the case over the next 2 weeks in the United Kingdom. You really could. So can I join with Leslie and say, no disrespect to Fiona, don't support Fiona, and don't support Ian Paisley on this. They're both wrong. They're both wrong. Support what Leslie and I said and hold it. Hold your fire and let us make the decision in the Parliament of the United Kingdom to smash this bill, to kill this bill.
Thank you. Next on the speakers list, Mr. Alain Milon from France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je veux remercier notre collègue Katrougalos pour la qualité de son rapport qui appelle avec force et justesse à respecter l'accord du Vendredi Saint pour préserver la paix dans l'île d'Irlande. Le Brexit fut un choc pour l'Union européenne, c'est une évidence. Comme dans de nombreux divorces, les négociations furent longues et complexes. Mais s'il y a un point qui a retenu une attention particulière, c'est bien celui de l'Irlande qui a donné lieu à un protocole particulier de la plus haute importance. Si l'intégrité du marché intérieur de l'Union a évidemment donné lieu à discussion, c'est bien la préservation de la paix qui est en jeu ici. La période des troubles reste récente et l'on voit la fragilité des équilibres. Les tensions politiques apparues en Irlande du Nord à la suite des dernières élections sont à cet égard symptomatiques. Le blocage de l'exécutif nord-irlandais et les discours virulents rappellent des heures sombres. Le précédent Premier ministre britannique avait, par son attitude, jeté de l'huile sur les braises. Je me réjouis désormais d'entendre des responsables irlandais déclarer que les relations se présenteraient sous de meilleurs auspices avec la nouvelle Première ministre. Pour autant, le rapport de notre collègue souligne des enjeux très clairs liés à la fois au projet de loi dit Bill and Right, qui créerait des obstacles supplémentaires pour ceux qui demandent réparation devant les tribunaux et remettrait en question le rôle de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme. Nous en avions débattu lors de la dernière partie de session et je regrette cette remise en cause fondamentale de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme. Le projet de loi présenté le 13 juin dernier par le gouvernement britannique qui vise à modifier unilatéralement des éléments essentiels du protocole constitue également un enjeu majeur. Ce projet a été qualifié de violation manifeste du droit international par la Commission européenne et risque de déstabiliser encore davantage la situation de l'île. Je veux donc rappeler au Royaume-Uni au respect de sa signature et de ses engagements internationaux. La paix est un objectif trop important pour prendre le risque de petite instrumentalisation politique. L'accord du Vendredi Saint est et doit rester une période absolue, une priorité absolue.
Thank you very much. We now continue with our speakers list, and Lord Richard Keane from the United Kingdom is now given the floor. but you are not there, so we continue with la prochaine oratrice, c'est Madame Stéphanie Cocher de la France. So then we go to Mr. Geraint Davis from the United Kingdom. Geraint, you have the floor, and you are there.
Yeah, I am here. And obviously this is a very sensitive issue in the United Kingdom, and like many others in the United Kingdom, and the majority of people now in the United Kingdom who think Brexit is a bit of a disaster economically, politically, and in terms of foreign affairs. But that's where we are, and we're trying to move forward. The situation in Northern Ireland was, on the vote on Brexit, was that the vote was in favour of staying in the EU by 4-3, 56% to 44%. And in the UK, of course, we narrowly decided to go forward with Brexit. So it doesn't seem unreasonable for Northern Ireland to stay in the single market whilst being not formally in the EU. And in fact, many of us argue that the Brexit deal should have been a soft Brexit, where the UK remained in the single market and in the customs union. And in fact, being in the single market, which is what the protocol is about, means that there's been higher growth in Northern Ireland than in other parts of the UK, which has so badly suffered from Brexit separatism. And also, of course, it stops a hard border. And it's all very well people saying we won't have a hard border, you know, and we won't be part of the single market. But the EU single market will be protected by the EU, so there would be. And that, in turn, will undermine the Good Friday Agreement. And what's more, the UK did agree to the protocol, and they're now in the midst of breaking international law and multilateralism. So breaking the protocol, and obviously I agree that we should be very sensitive about negotiating and all the sensitivities and the like, but breaking the protocol, in essence, means Northern Ireland economy will be weaker, we would have broken international law, and we would have undermined the Good Friday Agreement. And that's why, of course, the Americans don't want to do a trade deal with the UK, because they can see the sort of running around saying, we know what's best, and causing problems. Now, my colleague Ian Paisley behind me from the DUP, obviously he campaigned to leave the EU, but at the same time, obviously he supports the Good Friday Agreement. But he's got to agree, there is this tension that if we don't have a free border in the island of Ireland, which was allowed and has enabled the peace process to move forward, being in the EU, then there is a problem, and a hard border will make it worse. And the protocol is to prevent that hard border. The EU must protect its own borders. It can't have the UK agreeing all sorts of trade agreements with worse standards because it's weaker negotiating with the rest of the world because we're not part of Team EU. We get substandard goods in, and in the back door through Northern Ireland into the UK. That would be unnecessary. And I very much hope the future Labour government will press for greater economic convergence with the EU again, so that we have a situation where these problems won't emerge and we can rejoin the single market, and some of these problems will disappear with that. In the meantime, it's critically important that the European Convention of Human Rights are respected and international law is too.
Thank you, Geraint. Prochain orateur. Now, the next speaker on our list is Madam Jane Stevenson from the United Kingdom. Jane, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't expect to get in, so I'm delighted to get the chance to speak. As the daughter of an English Protestant mother and a Northern Irish Catholic father, I am only too aware of the fragility of the situation in Northern Ireland, and I'm old enough to have lived through a good chunk of the Troubles, and certainly I agree with the principle that I think all colleagues have agreed, that the Good Friday Agreement needs to be absolutely upheld and respected. I am going to try to remain polite and constructive in my response to this motion, but I'm afraid I'm really disappointed in it on many levels. It is so one-sided, and it just reads like a condemnation of the British people's decision to leave the European Union. And I come to this Parliament as somebody who has believed not in the EU. I've been believing in Brexit since I was an A-level politics student, which was some years ago, but I wholeheartedly believe in cooperation with European neighbours in the spirit of our continent coming together. This report is, I think, one-sided, but also ill-judged, but ill-timed. And I think many colleagues have said this. Negotiations at the moment are extremely sensitive. The British government does want to come to a negotiated settlement. There are problems being caused by the implementation of the protocol that we need to overcome. This motion at this time does nothing to help. And you've heard voices, certainly from the United Kingdom, from people I disagree with on almost everything politically, but we all say this is not the moment for this motion. The Northern Ireland Protocol had at its heart the maintenance of the Good Friday Agreement. It was not a destination. It was there to be worked out over the coming years, how it works in practice for the people, both sides of the Irish border. So I do not welcome this report. I will be voting against it. And I hope the timing of this can be rethought.
Thank you, Jane. Next, prochain orateur dans notre débat est M. Bertrand Bouille de la France. Bertrand, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est en voisin français et même en normand que je m'exprime sur ce sujet des droits humains sur l'île irlandaise. Vu de près, donc, ce sujet extrêmement difficile, car il faut respecter tout à la fois les choix et les intérêts des peuples britanniques et irlandais, mais aussi ceux des pays voisins européens pour lesquels ce choix n'est pas neutre. D'abord, un élément sur lequel tout le monde est d'accord, préserver les accords dits du Vendredi Saint qui ont mis fin aux troubles en Irlande du Nord. Les droits humains sont l'essence de notre Assemblée et ces accords en sont les garants. Le Brexit ne saurait engendrer aucun recul des droits des Irlandais, quelle que soit leur confession et le lieu où ils résident, au nord ou au sud de l'île. C'est en premier lieu aux Britanniques, aux Irlandais et d'abord aux Nord-Irlandais que revient la responsabilité première. Les dernières élections en 2022 ont encore montré un paysage politique polarisé entre d'un côté le Sinn Féin et de l'autre côté le DUP, le parti unioniste. Toutefois, nous assistons à la montée en puissance d'un nouveau parti non confessionnel, ce qui pourrait laisser envisager un effacement progressif des clivages religieux au profit d'un intérêt général nord-irlandais qui les transcenderait. Nous pouvons l'espérer, l'organisation institutionnelle qui en découlera étant bien évidemment de la responsabilité des principaux intéressés. Je vous disais, je parle en tant que voisin, la France est historiquement reliée aux îles britanniques et irlandaises par bien des liens, et ce qui s'y passe a un impact sur nos vies et nos libertés à tous. Le Brexit nous a tous questionnés, mais nous tenons au moins à une chose, c'est que le choix des Britanniques de sortir de l'Union européenne ne détruise pas ce que nous avons patiemment construit pendant 65 ans. Je vais parler ici de la frontière. En effet, la frontière de la République d'Irlande concerne toute l'Union européenne et assure l'intégrité de notre marché unique et plus largement la paix et la stabilité au cœur de l'Europe. Elle ne peut être remise en question. Voilà en définitive la quadrature du cercle. La paix en Irlande n'est pas un sujet technique ou financier, mais humain. Elle est fragile. L'absence de frontières sur l'île est essentielle à la paix. Le contrôle de tout produit entrant, dont les marchandises arrivant de Grande-Bretagne via l'Irlande du Nord, pour assurer le respect du code douanier européen, garantit la sécurité du marché unique. Enfin, la coopération économique entre le Nord et le Sud doit être assurée. C'est donc au gouvernement britannique de trouver les voies et les moyens d'assurer le respect des droits des habitants de l'île irlandaise à travers les accords du Vendredi Saint, tout en prenant en compte la nouvelle situation, le rétablissement des frontières nées du Brexit. Il trouvera bien évidemment en la France un partenaire fidèle pour trouver toute solution mutuellement profitable aux Britanniques, aux Irlandais, mais aussi à l'ensemble des habitants du continent européen. Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous, Bertrand. Next speaker in the debate is Mr. Larry Brock from Canada. You have the floor, Larry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honourable colleagues, I would like to begin by thanking the rapporteur for his thorough and balanced report. Assessing the impact of Brexit on human rights and the fragile peace in Northern Ireland was a tremendous task, and the rapporteur was certainly equal to it. While I think it is premature for us to debate the overall legacy of Brexit, I do think we can agree that it has had some unintended consequences for the province of Northern Ireland. I hope the report, its recommendations, and our deliberations today may play a role in addressing some of them. At the same time, the report also raises long-standing issues that have no direct link to Brexit, but that the authorities and political forces in Northern Ireland might be empowered to tackle. I'm going to use a limited amount of time that I have today to focus on one of them, residential and school segregation. While I was well aware that the Good Friday Agreement did not usher in the widespread integration of Northern Ireland's neighbourhoods and schools, I must admit that I was taken back by the sheer extent of the continued segregation documented in the report. As the report puts it, Northern Ireland's population is still divided along sectarian lines. One example is the so-called peace walls. According to the International Fund for Ireland, as of last January, there were still over 100 of these barriers, ranging from high concrete walls to gates, fences, and in some cases even buildings. It's my understanding that the fund supports a number of community projects aimed at transforming local barriers and ultimately seeing the removal at a pace with which the local residents are comfortable. This is vital work. The report also informs us that more than 9 in every 10 children are still educated in a single faith school, and that in 85% of schools, fewer than 10% of pupils belong to the other denomination. I appreciate what a complex undertaking integrating the education system is, but I'm inclined to agree with the report's conclusion that without addressing such systemic divisions, it will be hard to move past the sectarian divides that have marked previous generations. To that end, I see wisdom in the report's call for the promotion of policies that limit residential segregation and increase integrated education. I believe both could contribute to a permanent, lasting peace. Thank you, sir.
Bravo. Thank you, Larry. Le prochain orateur est Monsieur Stéphane Bergeron de Canada. Vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Chers collègues, j'avoue avoir été parmi ceux qui ont été surpris de voir le Royaume-Uni voter par une faible marge en faveur du Brexit. Les Anglais souhaitaient apparemment retrouver leur indépendance. Mais on aurait offert au Québec l'arrangement dont bénéficiait l'Angleterre au sein de l'Union européenne, que le souverainiste que je suis aurait célébré. Les défis auxquels l'Angleterre est confrontée dans la foulée du Brexit semblent surpasser les avantages qui devaient en découler. La réaction en Écosse, en Irlande du Nord et même au Pays de Galles ne s'est d'ailleurs pas fait attendre. Le gouvernement écossais, qui souhaite que le pays rejoigne à nouveau l'Union européenne, compte tenir un deuxième référendum sur l'indépendance en 2023. Pour les habitants de l'Irlande du Nord, il était tout simplement impensable qu'on réinstalle des postes frontières entre leur territoire et la République d'Irlande. C'est dans cette perspective que le Royaume-Uni et l'Union européenne ont convenu, au terme de négociations difficiles, d'un protocole sur l'Irlande duquel le gouvernement britannique semble depuis vouloir prendre ses distances. C'est à l'aune des insatisfactions nées du Brexit en Irlande du Nord qu'il faut examiner les résultats des élections qui s'y sont tenues en mai dernier et qui ont donné lieu à une victoire historique du Sinn Féin, ouvrant la voie à la tenue d'un référendum sur l'unité de l'île. L'accord du Vendredi saint a mis un terme à 30 années de conflit en Irlande du Nord, mais sa mise en œuvre demeure inachevée puisqu'il prévoit effectivement la tenue d'un tel référendum qui n'a encore pas eu lieu. Mais on constate que les murs de la paix perdurent dans la société nord-irlandaise. Il suffit pour s'en convaincre de constater dans quelle impasse se trouve toujours la formation du gouvernement. Boris Johnson a joué les apprentis sorciers en lançant son pays sur la voie du Brexit. Il a ouvert une boîte de Pandore, dis-je, qui ne semble pas vouloir se refermer. Je souscris à cette observation du rapporteur Catro-Galos. Il était difficile d'échapper au sentiment que le gouvernement britannique n'avait pas pleinement pris en compte la dynamique très spécifique de cette province lors de l'examen, dis-je, des implications du Brexit. Le rapport appelle le Royaume-Uni à, et je cite encore, « rechercher dans un esprit constructif toutes les solutions pratiques pour assurer la mise en œuvre harmonieuse et efficace du protocole et les forces politiques et autorités d'Irlande du Nord à rétablir immédiatement le partage du pouvoir afin de permettre une bonne gouvernance. Je souscris de tout cœur à ces demandes, mais peut-être l'Irlande, dans son ensemble, fait-elle maintenant face à son destin. Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous, Stéphane. The last speaker in the debate will be Mr. John Howell from the United Kingdom. John, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had expected to make this point under a point of order, but I wish to move that this report be sent back to committee and for us to have a vote on this. This report ignores what we have heard this week in a number of presentations from distinguished Irish politicians, that this is a delicate time and it will put the Assembly in a very difficult position if it goes ahead now.
Thank you, John. We have now a motion to propose that the report be referred back to the committee. The rules of procedure say that this motion can be agreed on by a simple majority, and the procedure is that we now have, after the proposer, one speaker against, and the rapporteur or the chairperson concerned may be heard. The proposer has already spoken. Does anybody wishes to oppose the motion to refer it back to the committee? Yes, I see Mr. Paul Gavin.
Colleagues,
you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Colleagues, all of these issues are at play at the moment. Unilateral action is still being taken by the British government in relation to the Protocol Bill and in relation to the totally discredited Legacy Bill. That's why the time is now entirely appropriate to send a clear message to ask the British government to insist that they respect human rights, respect our Court of Human Rights, respect the Good Friday Agreement. It would be a disaster to postpone the timing of this vote. It needs to happen today.
Thank you, Paul. What is the opinion of the committee, the rapporteur or the chairperson? The rapporteur.
That I'm a little puzzled because what I have here today contrasts sharply with what has been discussed in the committee. When none of these concerns has been raised, when the report has been passed with just one vote against, and nobody has raised the issue of the pending negotiations. I must say that I do not find any reason, any circumstances changed since at least the two last meetings of the committee. We have the same government. If there was any kind of obstacle to the negotiations of my report, I would have heard that from both sides of the negotiation, and then, of course, I would be very glad to abide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. We will now vote on this motion to refer back this report to the committee. As said, a simple majority will be needed. The vote is open. We have a technical problem. I ask you to have 2 minutes of patience. Until now, the week went very well, so you have 2 minutes, but please remain seated. The vote, there was a question what we do. There is a motion posed by John Howell to refer the report back to the committee. The rules of procedure allow such a motion. We have had a speaker in favor, a speaker against, and the opinion of the rapporteur is that he is against accepting this motion. And now we will vote as soon as our technologists have organized this. Thank you. All problems have been solved. It means a motion was proposed by Mr. Howell. If you agree with Mr. Howell, you vote yes. If you agree with Mr. Rapporteur, you vote no. Thank you very much. So the vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The motion is rejected. So we continue with our debate, and I now call the rapporteur, Mr. George Katrougalis, to reply to the debate. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really grateful to all the colleagues that have intervened. More grateful to those that have adopted a more aggressive stance, exactly because they are going to give me the opportunity to clarify things. First of all, as I said, the discussion of the committee did not reflect neither the intensity nor this narrow, let's say, distance between the yes or no I have seen in the discussion before. And I have asked many times, both through the UK delegation and also through the Conservatives group, to have the opportunity to discuss in depth and face-to-face with those of the UK delegation that would like to support arguments like the ones I have heard today. But I fully reject all allegations for lack of objectivity. All the meetings in Ireland and in the UK have been arranged through the Secretariat, and I suppose even those that have spoken harshly for the objectivity of the report do not question the objectivity of the Secretariat itself. I have met in North Ireland with those unionists who would like to speak with me. I have spoken, for instance, with Mike Nesbitt, the former leader of the UUP. In the UK, I did not have the chance, although I have asked many times to meet with anybody from the government, but I did have a teleconference, because I have insisted, with the head of North Ireland Affairs Committee, Mr. Simon Hoare. And more generally, the discussion in the committee has been conducive to results and to a fair understanding of what's happening in Ireland and in North Ireland. Contrary to the arguments I have heard that the rights of the people of Ireland are enshrined to marble, to me the situation looks more like a moving sand, as it was more generally the negotiations style of the United Kingdom's government throughout all Brexit and post-Brexit situation. But here the situation is even more grave, exactly because we are speaking about this edifice constructed after the Good Friday Agreement, which has been based in the safety provided by the European Convention of Human Rights. And this construct is now in danger. Contrary to the arguments that I have heard that the report is not timely, I consider that it is timely exactly for this reason, exactly because we should defend the human rights situation as it is guaranteed by the second article of the protocol, and more generally by the Good Friday Agreement. And unfortunately, the situation, the political situation in the north of Ireland is not what we should hope for, basically due to the reluctance of the DUP to abide by the obligations that are stemming from the Good Friday Agreement regarding their participation to the common executive. So, I do not want to speak more about all that, because I think it should be clear that what we are defending now are still the values of the Council of Europe. In the more specific implementation of them, related to the Good Friday Agreement, to the European Convention of Human Rights, to the necessity of having political dialogue that respects existing norms and common agreements, and therefore I call you, dear colleagues, to vote for the report. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Thank you, George. Does the Vice Chairman of the Political Affairs Committee wishes to speak? Mr. Kiljunen, you have the floor. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On behalf of the committee, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur, Mr. Katarogoulos, for his report and for having navigated such a delicate topic as we have discussed today. We recognize many issues related to this issue. Regardless of whether one agrees or not with the withdrawal of the United Kingdom from the European Union, it was a fundamental change for the political reality in Europe. The report in front of us today outlines just some of the widespread consequences and repercussions of this development. Brexit's impact on the human rights on the island of Ireland was an important angle to explore. Thanks for the report for this, with considerable links to many values, standards and conventions that emanate from our own organisation, the Council of Europe. As the report points out, the lack of progress in implementing some of the human rights provisions of the Good Friday Agreement has compounded the problem. And that is something that the draft resolution calls on relevant parties to address. The draft resolution also makes it clear that the United Kingdom should, and that's quote, ensure that the withdrawal from the European Union does not result in any diminution of the rights for the people of Northern Ireland. Unquote. To contribute to the committee's members' understanding of the dynamics at play, the committee held a hearing with the participation of the Chief Commissioner of the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission and with the Director General of the Institute of International and European Affairs, Ireland. Further, the rapporteur conducted fact-finding visits to Dublin, Northern Ireland and London, as he just described to us. Colleagues, the draft resolution was adopted in committee with a large majority, and I encourage other colleagues to also support it here today. Thanks very much, President.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairperson. Thank you, Kimho. The debate now is closed. The Committee of Political Affairs and Democracy has presented a draft resolution which you find in document 15615, to which 2 amendments, 1 sub-amendment and 2 oral amendments have been tabled. I remind you that speeches are limited to 30 seconds. I call Mr. Max Lux to support amendment number 1. You have 30 seconds. Max Lux is not here. Does anybody else wishes to move amendment number 1? You have the floor.
Mr. President, I can just try in some words in German. In diesem Vorschlag geht es darum, dass die Versammlung eben auch unterstreicht, dass alle politischen Parteien in Nordirland einen konstruktiven Beitrag zu den Protokollverhandlungen leisten werden und deshalb eben der Einbezug von allen relativ wichtig ist. Besten Dank.
Dankeschön. I understand that Mr. Katrougalos wants to propose on behalf of the Political Affairs Committee a sub-amendment. Does anybody wish to speak? First, you get the floor.
Well, Mr. President, I fully agree with the content of the amendment, but for reasons of consistency with the text, I have suggested to the committee a sub-amendment and an oral amendment, according to which we keep the first part of the amendment as it is, and we move as an oral amendment to paragraph 14.1, the phrase, and contribute constructively to the protocol negotiations. So we delete the second sentence of the amendment, and we move, in order to comply with the content, the phrase, and contribute constructively to the protocol negotiations at the paragraph 14.1.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to speak against this sub-amendment? I don't see any. What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Madam?
Ich ziehe den Antrag von Herrn Lux somit zurück zugunsten der.
I think that the procedure is that you agree with the sub-amendment, because we need the original amendment, yes.
Ich stimme dem zu, genau.
Okay. The committee is obviously in favor, so I shall now first put the sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. Sub-amendment is adopted. We now come to the consideration of the main amendment as amended. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment as amended? Do not see any. What is the opinion of the committee, Mr. Kiljunen?
Orally sub-amended.
Thank you very much. The vote is open. Vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The amendment is adopted. I understand that Mr. Lux wishes to withdraw Amendment 2 to allow a conciliation or an oral amendment. As Mr. Lux is not here, does anybody else wish to move Amendment number 2? Yes, it's withdrawn. Then we come to the fact that I have been informed that the committee wishes to propose an oral amendment as follows. In paragraph 9, replace the words, the Assembly also expresses concern that the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission has not been consulted on legacy issues by the United Kingdom authorities, despite being the main body in charge of overseeing human rights in Northern Ireland under the Good Friday Agreement, with the following words, replaced with the following words, the Assembly also expresses concern that neither the Government of Ireland nor the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission were consulted in preparation of this bill, despite the latter being the main body in charge of overseeing human rights in Northern Ireland under the Good Friday Agreement. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7.a. Is there any opposition to the amendment being debated? I don't see. I do see, Mr. Griffiths, you have the floor. Sorry, you object. Sorry, the procedures, you object. If there are 10 or more members who do object with you, then it will not be debated. You, your microphone was not working. I thought that you were. Please, you want to raise a point of order, Mr. Griffiths. You have the floor.
Yes. It is simply impossible to assimilate or check the details in what you've just read, and I feel disempowered to making an appropriate response.
Thank you very much, but I do not consider that that is a comment, not a point of order. So I do not see 10 or more members against this debate being debated. Where are we now? Therefore, I call on the rapporteur to support the oral amendment, and you have 30 seconds.
It has the support of the committee in unanimity, if I remember well, and it just expressed concern that neither the Government of Ireland nor the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission have been consulted in the preparation of the legacy bill. I think that it is very clear. The oral argument just clarifies and rephrases what the mover wanted to convey, and I have been also in agreement with him. Thank you.
Thank you. As this was moved on behalf of the committee, it's obvious that the committee is in favor. Does anybody wish to speak? First I have to ask, does anyone want to speak against the oral amendment? Do not see any. The committee is obviously in favor. I put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. Close. The vote is closed. Can I ask the results to be displayed? The oral amendment is adopted. I've been informed that the committee wishes to propose a further oral amendment as follows. At the end of paragraph 14.1, add the following words: and contribute constructively to the protocol negotiations, so that the whole paragraph reads, work together to ensure the smooth and efficient implementation of the protocol in Northern Ireland, which had largely supported remaining in the European Union, and contribute constructively to the protocol negotiations. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7.a. Is there any opposition? The amendment being debated? Don't see any. Therefore, I ask the rapporteur to support the oral amendment. You have 30 seconds.
Chair, as I have already said, this is just in order to correspond to the initial amendment by Mr. Locke, and it just says that we ask the constructive contribution to the protocol negotiations of all political forces.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Does anyone who wants to speak against the oral amendment? I do not see any. The committee is obviously in favor, so I now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The oral amendment has been adopted. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15615 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The resolution is adopted. Congratulations. Madam Engblom, do you want to raise a point of order?
No, Mr. President, I want to make a personal statement because of personal confusion during the voting about the report we just voted upon. My meaning was to side with Mr. Howell. I voted no. My intention was voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Engblom. Madam Kazimati, are you asking for? No, you're just standing to stretch your legs. That's also a good thing. Madam, you also wanted to...
I'm sorry, I must inform you that I misplaced my vote yesterday. And debate 14.1, sitting 31 concerning Hungary. I voted yes, but I meant to vote no. Please change it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for making that statement, and it will be added to the minutes. Thank you very much. We will wait now for a minute to continue with the next debate.
Mes chers collègues, la séance reprend. L'ordre du jour appelle maintenant la présentation et la discussion du rapport de Madame Edith Estrella au nom de la Commission sur l'égalité et la non-discrimination intitulé « Pour des règles du jeu équitables, mettre fin à la discrimination à l'égard des femmes dans le monde du sport ». Nous devrons en avoir terminé avec l'examen de ce texte, vote inclus à 18h40. Nous devrons donc interrompre la liste des orateurs vers 18h30 afin de pouvoir entendre la réplique de la Commission et procéder au vote nécessaire. Madame Estrella, vous disposez d'un temps de parole de 7 minutes pour la présentation de votre rapport et de 5 minutes pour répondre aux orateurs à la fin de la discussion générale. Madame la rapporteure, vous avez la parole. Ma chère collègue, vous pouvez y aller.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Chers collègues, la préparation de ce rapport pour des règles du jeu équitables, mettre fin à la discrimination à l'égard des femmes dans le monde du sport, m'a permis de mieux comprendre la réalité du monde du sport et les nombreuses et profondes inégalités qui passent encore souvent inaperçues. Les inégalités de salaire, de traitement et de statut entre les femmes et les hommes demeurent en effet fréquentes dans le domaine du sport. Les femmes, dans toute leur diversité, sont peu représentées au sein des instances décisionnaires, au sein des fédérations nationales ou des clubs. Des commentaires sexistes et des images stéréotypées des sportives remettant en question leur dite féminité sont régulièrement diffusés dans les médias et sur les réseaux sociaux. En parallèle, il y a une hypersexualisation des sportifs renforcée par les médias. Toutes les femmes sont soumises à des standards dans le domaine du sport, en ce qui concerne leur corps, leur comportement et leur performance. Serena Williams, après une extraordinaire carrière dans le tennis, a annoncé quitter la compétition afin de se consacrer à sa famille. Elle a dit « Croyez-moi, je n'ai jamais voulu avoir à choisir entre le tennis et la famille. Ce n'est pas juste. Si j'étais un homme, je n'écrirais pas cela, car je serais en train de jouer et de gagner de l'argent, alors que mon épouse se chargerait du travail physique lié à l'agrandissement de notre famille. » Cette affirmation dit beaucoup sur les inégalités dans le sport. Si Serena était un homme, il serait plus facile de concilier travail et famille. La réconciliation entre la vie familiale et la vie professionnelle est particulièrement compliquée pour des sportifs de haut niveau. D'autre part, le monde du sport n'a pas l'abri de la violence ni de la discrimination et est réputé pour être un milieu plus favorable aux hommes. Les attributs reconnus comme étant masculins, comme la force physique, sont valorisés. Un mouvement MeToo a aussi émergé dans ce domaine. Il est inquiétant de constater que les témoignages des victimes mettent en cause un grand nombre d'associations et de fédérations sportives qui n'auraient pas réussi à prévenir les violences ou à réagir assez rapidement lorsque des faits étaient dénoncés. Sarah Abitbon, ancienne patineuse artistique, a appelé toutes les survivantes de violences fondées sur le genre à briser le silence comme elle l'a fait. Les femmes LGBTI sont victimes de discriminations invisibles et multiples dans le sport. Leurs familles peuvent s'opposer à la pratique du sport ou ne pas les soutenir. Elles peuvent être rejetées à leur arrivée dans une équipe. Leurs performances sont constamment questionnées. Les médias véhiculent des stéréotypes négatifs sur les athlètes LGBTI qui peuvent être la cible de discours haineux, de harcèlement et de violence. Une athlète islandaise a témoigné auprès d'ILGA Europe. Être une femme dans le sport signifie être moins qu'un homme, avoir des entraîneurs ou des entraîneuses moins expérimentés, moins d'argent, de respect et d'intérêt de la part des clubs. Être une femme queer était quelque chose dont on ne parlait pas. Les mouvements anti-genre en Europe et aux États-Unis se sont saisis du sujet du sport, appelant à l'exclusion et à la non-reconnaissance des athlètes LGBTI. Mon rapport ne prétend pas être exhaustif. J'ai choisi de me concentrer sur l'urgence à prévenir et à lutter contre les violences fondées sur le genre, les discriminations faites aux femmes LGBTI, les disparités de statut et de revenus et la participation encore limitée des femmes aux organes décisionnels dans le sport. J'ai essayé de préparer des recommandations relativement concrètes avec un appel à l'action. Les recommandations concernent notamment la lutte contre les stéréotypes de genre par des actions de sensibilisation, de prévention des violences, la formation du personnel sportif et l'éducation à l'égalité des genres de manière générale. Les fédérations sportives et les clubs peuvent, par exemple, élaborer des codes de conduite, être vigilants par rapport aux questions d'égalité, faire de l'adoption et de la mise en œuvre des stratégies en matière d'égalité des genres, de lutte contre les violences et la promotion de l'égalité de rémunération, et une condition du financement pour des fédérations et les clubs pourrait également être une mesure efficace. La résolution approuvée à l'unanimité par la Commission est une reconnaissance politique des discriminations faites aux femmes dans le sport, des athlètes LGBTI en situation de handicap ou bien des confessions religieuses diverses sont souvent victimes de discriminations multiples. Le Comité olympique a fait de la promotion d'inclusion, de l'égalité des genres et de la diversité une de ses priorités. Cela devrait s'accompagner d'actes forts, notamment en matière d'accessibilité et de lutte contre le racisme. Je suis fière d'annoncer que le gouvernement de mon pays, le Portugal, a créé il y a quelques mois un groupe de travail coordonné pour une ancienne athlète paralympique avec la mission de présenter des contributions et des recommandations pour des politiques publiques sur l'égalité dans le sport. J'espère que d'autres pays suivront cet exemple. Je profite de cette opportunité pour rendre public hommage à l'équipe portugaise de football féminin qui se rapproche de plus en plus de pouvoir gagner la Coupe du Monde. Nous pouvons reconnaître que le sport peut avoir un pouvoir émancipateur et que de nombreux progrès ont été déjà réalisés les dernières années. Nous avons pu le voir avec les audiences pour l'Euro féminin de football. Mais il faut poursuivre les efforts afin de faire en sorte que ces succès relatifs s'étendent à d'autres sports et que la place des femmes dans le sport soit véritablement valorisée, que ce soit sur le plan professionnel ou non professionnel. Merci beaucoup.
Merci Madame la rapporteure. Dans la discussion générale, la parole est à Madame Katia Dekanoïdze du parti PPE, du groupe PPE, pardon.
No, thank you very much. First of all, I definitely want to thank Rapporteur and congratulate because to bring up on this very interesting and important topic. And say that as a young girl, I used to be the part of different sport games and groups. I remember the embarrassing feeling after the staring looks of some older males. I was not feeling comfortable, and I'm sure this is a moment for lots of young girls while playing basketball, soccer, tennis, or wrestling at the arena. It might be their passion, but they must concentrate on their security rather than sport. The world of sport is dominated by men. Women are in minority, plus have to be braver and work harder to achieve the attention they deserve. I have to say that despite tremendous progress and transformation of attitude, gender discrimination in sports still happens at every level. Some famous athletes have amazing courage to speak out, but imagine how many young girls are out of there suffering from discrimination and harassment. Women and girls get fewer athlete opportunities, funding, and sometimes less support from their schools and even from their families. Women coaches earn less. There are no incentives from women coaches to continue their honorable fight for young people. The gap widens when women's sports receive dramatically less coverage, sponsorships, and marketing. Women have less say in athletic organization, governing bodies, boards, and in coaching. Heads of federation are men. Imbalances throughout the industry perpetuate gender inequality in sports. And actually, it's amazing that some research found that the 40% of women in sports industry face discrimination because of their sex, but 72% of their male colleagues say they see no women discrimination. One of the huge problems is ignorance and no sensitivity to the problem. As a human rights organization, with the power to deliver our voice to the country's legislative bodies, we have to raise awareness and encourage national and parliamentarians to raise awareness, to talk about the problem and give examples to young girls and women. Especially, I want to ask our male colleagues to deliver the message of the millions of young girls and women struggling with inequality in their sport fields with coaches. They all need our support and sensitivity. They are very brave. Let's cheer them up and tell them that we're here for them. Thank you.
Merci. La parole est à Madame Sevini Fatalieva au nom du groupe CEAD.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. Along with the way gender quotas are introduced in business and politics, there is still room for sexism and discrimination against women in other areas of activity. Women have long proved and prove daily that they cannot only be on a par with men, but also surpass them in governance, in politics, business, trade, and sports. Women frequently face prejudice in their participation and in practice of amateur and professional sport, which is against Council of Europe values. The persistence of stereotypes, the absence of a support system for athletes and young girls who have potential in their sport, the challenge of balancing work and family obligations, the difficulty of re-entering the workforce, ageism, racism, harassment, the insufficient media coverage of women's sports, and the restrictive nature of private funding are all examples of discrimination. These are the problems that women in sport are facing today. There are a number of reasons for the manifestation of discrimination against women in sport. The majority of management positions are held by men. Women in sport are less covered in media. Women in sport are paid less than men. Women have fewer resources for sport. The problem of violence in sport, more strict and severe requirements for the appearance and weight of women. This is due to stereotypes about gender roles, which are especially powerful in sports. For a long time, sport was considered a platform only for men, due to the fact that society assigns such character traits as endurance, strength, competitiveness, which were considered purely masculine, only for men. A woman considered to be weak, fragile, and therefore had no place in sports. Also, the sport achievements of women are poorly represented in the media, and therefore they remain almost invisible. Speech toward women in sports is disproportionately focused on appearance, clothing, and personal life. Research shows that even lexical discrimination exists. Words describing female athletes include age, older or younger, married or single, where the most popular combination of words for male athletes defines specific qualities: fast, strong, big. The eradication of gender discrimination in sport around the world is still very far away, but even now it is possible to take a set of measures to improve the status of women. We have to talk more about the achievements of women in sport, especially in those sports that are traditionally considered male. We have to adhere to gender-balanced attitudes, coverage of sporting events, ensure equal access to resources for women and women, boys and girls, to form a culture of zero tolerance for violence, ensure equal pay conditions and price levels, increase the number of women in managerial positions, increasing media attention to women's sports and more accurate portrayals of athletes who play these sports. And these are just simply first step in eradication of discrimination. And I want to thank the rapporteur for such an important issue which is raised in this report. Thank you.
Merci. La parole est à Madame Sonia Gazarian, au nom du groupe ALDE.
Honorable Chair, dear colleagues, I would also like to thank the rapporteur for very well-penned and detailed report that presents important data and clear and very strong messages on what should be done to make sport free of sexism, gender discrimination and violence. As it is clearly stated in the report, sport does remain the environment which is more favorable for men. Though the gates of sport have been gradually opened for female athletes, they still face a number of issues such as discrimination, gender pay gap, violence, sexist comments. I would like to highlight the role of media, including social media, that often helps reproduce stereotypes and hate speech instead of contributing to sport becoming a safe and equal place for everyone. Media tend to represent women athletes as women first and athletes second. A UNESCO survey says that coverage of women in sport is often dominated by reference to appearance, age, or personal life, whereas men are primarily depicted as powerful, independent, dominating, and valued as athletes. 2 weeks of Olympic coverage are a rare time when sustained coverage of women's sports stars hits the headline. Yet outside the period of major sporting festivals, statistics claims that 40% of all sport participants are women, yet women's sport receive only 4% of sport media coverage. The impact of pandemic COVID-19 was also crucial for female athletes and created more of physical and social pressure on female athletes. The report points out a number of actions that should be done and can be done to improve the situation, such as training for all actors in the field of sport to prevent violence against women. Having more women in decision-making bodies, in federations, more leadership and coaching role will lead to the more gender-sensitive world of sport. Yesterday, at the Subcommittee of Sport, Culture and Education, we hosted Ms. Raveney, Deputy Executive Secretary of EPAS, and I asked her one question. If there is one thing that could be done to reach gender equality in sport, what should it be? And the answer was very clear. It's equal pay. There is still 35% gender pay gap. In 2017, Sporting Intelligence compared 12 best-paid women's sport leagues with 12 best-paid men's sport leagues. The study found out that, on average, men in this elite sport earned 101 times the amount that women in the elite sport made. We must strive to change this. Equal pay for all. Thank you.
Merci. La parole est à Madame Standbach-Ternoir, au nom du groupe GUE.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Tout d'abord, chers collègues, je veux vous dire que je suis très émue et honorée de m'exprimer pour la première fois dans cette illustre Assemblée. Et je suis très heureuse de le faire à l'occasion de ce beau rapport sur les droits des femmes dans le monde du sport. D'autant que, comme le souligne la conclusion, les points communs entre le traitement stéréotypé des sportives et celui des femmes engagées en politique sont nombreux. Nous nous accordons particulièrement avec la nécessité de permettre aux femmes de vivre dignement de leur sport quand elles le pratiquent à un haut niveau, au même titre que les hommes. Cela implique des aménagements pour concilier vie professionnelle et vie personnelle et disposer du temps nécessaire pour se consacrer pleinement à la pratique du sport. Le rapport montre également que dans les sports collectifs, les hommes gagnent en moyenne plus de 100 fois le revenu des femmes. Un écart pareil est inacceptable au XXIe siècle et il nous faudra impérativement suivre l'évolution de cette donnée dans les prochaines années. Enfin, nous affirmons à vos côtés que les femmes doivent être largement plus représentées au sein des instances décisionnaires. Les fédérations sportives internationales et nationales doivent donc donner l'exemple et imposer des quotas. La résolution propose un quota de 40%. C'est une bonne avancée, mais il nous faut viser la parité réelle et donc atteindre un quota de 50%. Le rapport s'attache à juste titre à la discrimination envers les femmes LGBTI dans le sport. L'existence de tests de féminité est à notre sens une insulte à la dignité humaine. Cette pratique est contraire aux droits fondamentaux défendus par le Conseil de l'Europe et doit être définitivement abolie. Il faut aussi saisir ce problème à la racine en proposant aux États membres de réformer leur système éducatif pour que les nouvelles générations soient formées sur les questions d'égalité de genre et dotées des outils nécessaires pour combattre l'émergence de discrimination. Concernant la couverture médiatique du sport féminin, nous sommes loin du compte. Les femmes pâtissent d'une plus faible médiatisation et elles sont aussi trop souvent victimes d'une hypersexualisation de la part des commentateurs, voire d'un sexisme totalement décomplexé. Nous disons aux médias qu'il est urgent d'adopter des pratiques inclusives et non discriminatoires. Le rapport pointe enfin très justement la question des violences faites aux femmes. Mon pays, la France, n'est pas épargné. Tout récemment, un grand club de football a été sanctionné par notre défenseur des droits pour atteinte au principe de non-discrimination fondé sur le sexe et une joueuse de tennis a obtenu la mise en examen de son ancien entraîneur pour viol et agression sexuelle. Le mouvement MeToo a permis de libérer la parole des victimes, mais elles sont encore aujourd'hui trop nombreuses à se taire par peur, par pression sociale. Et la France, comme hélas beaucoup de pays, ne met pas les moyens nécessaires dans la lutte contre les violences sexistes et sexuelles. Par ailleurs, nous regrettons que la Turquie se soit retirée de la Convention d'Istanbul et nous espérons que ce rapport aidera à une prise de conscience générale et à une amélioration dans le milieu du sport. Je salue donc ce beau travail et j'aimerais suggérer à Madame la rapporteure la réalisation d'un bilan auprès de la commission compétente sur l'évolution de la situation pour les États membres dans les prochaines années. Car le sujet est important. Les sportifs de haut niveau sont des exemples pour les jeunes générations. Elles donnent envie aux petites filles et aux jeunes femmes de s'engager, de se dépasser. Et le sport amateur est un facteur majeur d'émancipation, de cohésion sociale, de santé, d'épanouissement tout simplement. Il est donc capital de garantir un accès équitable et les mêmes règles du jeu pour tous et toutes. Je vous remercie.
Merci. La parole est à Margaret Debord au nom du groupe socialiste.
On behalf of the group of Socialists, Democrats and Greens, I congratulate Edith Estrella with this important report. She states, sport engages, motivates and drives progress. It can be a factor in emancipation and in changing attitudes. This is true. In sport clubs, people of different backgrounds meet each other. The doctor stands along the field together with the plumber to support the children. Children who are not the best in school can excel in sports and so be empowered. Sport is healthy. Sport is fun. But sport also excludes and discriminates. Because it is at the heart of the competitive sport that the ones who are not as good do not win and, in fact, excluded. We have even to work harder to make sport accessible and enjoyable for everyone. The report identifies a number of issues that make that women are facing violence and discrimination in sports and calls on states and sports federations to combat this discrimination. Women's sports get less attention and less budget. This not only leads to unequal payment of professional sporters, but also to less facilities for recreational sport for women and girls. Sexual violence against girls and women in sports is a serious issue. In particular, but not only, in individual sports, women and girls are extremely vulnerable, as for their success they are highly dependent of their trainer or coach. It is important to raise awareness on this matter and to have complaint mechanisms and effective remedies in place. I am glad the report gives due attention to the specific problems that trans and intersex people face in sports. The report makes clear that femininity tests violate many internationally protected human rights and should not longer be permitted. And the resolution rightfully calls both on states and sports federations to ensure full and equal access to the practice of sport to all women, and to this end allow transgender and intersex athletes to train and compete in sports competitions consistent with their gender identity. In some sports, it might not be easy to find answers on how to both guarantee the rights of transgender and intersex people and have a fair sports competition. But also, when it is not so easy, human rights have to be respected and protected, as this report points out. Chair, allow me a last comment. I noticed that only 3 men signed up for the speakers list for this debate. And when I look around in this hemicycle, I hardly see any men. And I must say, if men see women's rights as a women's problems, we have a long way to go. Thank you.
Merci. Dans la liste des orateurs, j'appelle Madame Luz Martínez-Seijo pour l'Espagne.
Gracias, presidente. Hablar de discriminación de la mujer en el deporte es hablar de una discriminación múltiple. Por eso este informe es muy pertinente, porque aborda también la discriminación menos conocida. Apostar por la promoción de la mujer en el deporte implica no solamente a las deportistas, sino que se trata de promover la presencia de mujeres en cuerpos técnicos, estamentos arbitrales y en puestos directivos de las organizaciones deportivas y, consecuentemente, también promover la igualdad salarial. Para seguir mejorando los resultados deportivos, para incentivar la visibilidad, promocionar la presencia de mujeres en órganos de gestión, en los estamentos arbitrales y en los cuerpos técnicos, en España hemos apostado por unos presupuestos expansivos, por una nueva ley del deporte, una política deportiva feminista y facilitar la conciliación de la vida deportiva y personal a mujeres deportistas, por la maternidad, por acogimiento o adopción y por formación académica. La inminente ley del deporte incluye un marco específico que garantiza medidas de protección de la igualdad en el acceso y desarrollo posterior de la actividad física y el deporte, así como la promoción de la integración igualitaria en los órganos de dirección, gobierno y representación de las entidades deportivas. Con ello se ha incrementado significativamente la presencia de mujeres hasta alcanzar un 32%. Estas medidas producen una dinámica positiva de cambio que marca el camino a seguir. La futura ley incorpora políticas que previenen, identifican y sancionan la merma de derechos que implican situaciones de discriminación en las entidades deportivas y en las relaciones laborales, deportivas, administrativas o de cualquier clase que mantengan con las mismas. También establece políticas públicas específicas de lucha contra la violencia hacia las mujeres en el deporte y los estereotipos sexistas o de cualquier otra naturaleza. Se garantiza también la igualdad de premios entre ambos sexos y se garantiza que el sistema de dietas en las selecciones nacionales sea igualitario para hombres y mujeres. Asimismo, es importante dar pasos en la profesionalización y para mí es un orgullo que el pasado mes de junio se declaró profesional la primera división femenina de fútbol, acabando con una deuda histórica con las mujeres futbolistas, pero también con todo el colectivo de mujeres deportistas históricamente discriminadas, porque hasta ahora no existía ninguna liga profesional femenina en España. La profesionalización era necesaria, es justa y será un éxito. El fútbol será la punta de lanza de todo el deporte femenino español en su conjunto. Finalmente, esta es una carrera de fondo. Sin ninguna duda, es una gran ayuda que se extienda este debate, que se hable de mujeres deportistas en los colegios y en los medios, y no solo de hombres, que se realicen jornadas formativas, que se creen observatorios de igualdad y otras actuaciones de promoción. En definitiva, se trata de que las niñas de hoy tengan referentes de deportistas mujeres, que se miren en ellas y luchen por ellas, para que el deporte del mañana sea el debate y no la discriminación existente en él. Gracias.
Merci, ma chère collègue. La parole est à Madame Nigar Arpardaray pour l'Azerbaïdjan. Merci.
Thank you, dear Chair. Dear colleagues, I will start my speech on a positive note. At the 2020 Olympics, 49% of all participants were women, the highest figure ever. In anticipation of these competitions, the International Olympic Committee approved new rules. Each NOC must have at least one male and one female athlete on its team for the first time. Each NOC may also designate one male and one female flag bearer to carry the flag together during the opening ceremony. These are small but symbolic decisions. They don't fix the problem per se, and sport is still a male realm, but they give us a bit of hope. I thank the rapporteur, Ms. Estrela, for the brave and ambitious report on this important topic. With this said, I allow myself to make a few brief comments. Sport is very important for girls. It gives health and it gives confidence, something they desperately need in the world of men. They will need this confidence later in life when they build careers and personal relationships. For too long, women were suppressed and they need to get their belief in themselves back. Sport is a good way to do it. From this point of view, I commend the rapporteur as she stressed the importance of access to amateur sport for women and girls. Professional sport is still very much different space. It's about ratings and sport betting. It's about fan base and big finances. In essence, it's a business feeding of the patriarchal desire of men to compete, become champions, and fight with each other. With all due respect to men, it's a toy they love to play. Should women be allowed access to the world of professional sports on par with men if they wish so? Definitely yes. There is one point in the report I agree with strongly. The boardrooms of big sport is full of men. There should be more women there. It will allow true potential of women professional sport to realize itself. But should it be done through positive discrimination quotas? I'm not sure. And finally, one more point. The draft resolution refers to Me Too movement. This social network-based phenomena did its job a few years ago. It drew a lot of attention, but it also damaged a lot of careers and made miserable many decent men. It turned out at some point into a lynch court and an inverted witch hunt. I remind that the fight for women's rights started long before Me Too and is being carried out by millions of brave women all over the world for over a century now. Fight for freedom and equality is not equal to revenge. With all respect to the brave women who started it and were not afraid to stand up to society, to their oppressors and stereotypes when Me Too started, to me it's not a good illustration of it, as it mutuated and was marred with many abuses, cancelism, shaky accusations and identity politics, things I personally do not share. And therefore, though I share the topic of this report, I cannot feel sympathetic to this reference. Thank you. I would like to thank the rapporteur.
Merci. La parole est à Madame Fiona O'Loughlin d'Irlande.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I want to congratulate the rapporteur on her excellent work on her conclusions and recommendations. Ireland is very well known for its passion for sport, whether it's football, rugby, golf, horse racing, which is very important in my own county of Kildare. And we also celebrate our Special Olympic and Paralympic athletes. Gender discrimination in sport has long been a controversial topic due to inequality regarding wages, audience viewing numbers and the overall range of opportunities that were available to women as compared to men. But I think it's true to say that we've made great strides, particularly in Ireland, at the Women's GAA football, All-Ireland football final. And Croke Park, for any of you that have been in it, is always a wonderful place to visit. But it was absolutely fantastic to see the stadium full for the first time ever for the Women's All-Ireland final between Meath and Kerry this year. We celebrate golfers like Leona Maguire, boxers like Katie Taylor and Kelly Harrington, jockeys like Rachel Blackmore, Nina Carberry and Katie Walsh. And for the first time ever, 2 nights ago, the Irish women's soccer team qualified for the World Cup. And these are all incredible sporting heroes, but it does not happen by accident. Equality in sport is a priority for the Irish government. And the overall vision, of course, for women in sport is one where women have an equal opportunity to achieve their full potential while enjoying
a lifelong involvement in sport. We need more women in leadership roles in sport, and one of the targets that we have set in Ireland by our Minister for Sport, Jack Chambers, is that the representation on boards of national governing bodies would reach 40% for women by the end of 2023. That's hugely significant and hugely important. Sport has a huge capacity to achieve really strong social inclusion, and we must never accept any behaviour which runs counter to the true values of sport, notably those of respect, dignity and equality. And all of our governments collectively need to work hand in hand with NGOs, with community groups and sporting organisations that absolutely drive engagement. Last year, the Irish government published a new action plan for sport, which set very high targets in terms of participation on national governing bodies, etc. And we have also seen that the most recent board composition snapshot has shown that the overall percentage of women has increased from 24% to 32% last year. And again, just to reiterate, we're striving for 40% next year. But all in all, I just want to say I totally recommend and commend the recommendations and conclusions in this report. Thank you.
Merci. La parole est à Madame Heike Engelhardt d'Allemagne.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, dear colleagues, and especially dear young guests here in the Assembly. Now I will continue in German language. Zuerst möchte ich mich bei Edith Estrela bedanken für diesen so wichtigen Antrag. Er zeigt uns überdeutlich, dass wir immer noch in allen Bereichen unserer Gesellschaft für Frauenrechte kämpfen müssen. Auch in der Welt des Sports werden Frauen leider benachteiligt. Frauen verdienen weniger als Männer in derselben Sportdisziplin. Oft müssen Frauen neben ihrem Training und den Wettkämpfen eine zweite Arbeit aufnehmen, um ihr Leben zu finanzieren. Sie sind diskriminierenden und sexistischen Kommentaren und Regeln ausgesetzt. Enge, kurze, weiße Sportkleidung für Frauen ist nur ein Beispiel für veraltete Regeln und Gewohnheiten im Sport. Außerdem sind Sportlerinnen häufig psychologischer, physischer und sexueller Gewalt ausgesetzt. Sie sehen in vielen Fällen durch die Abhängigkeit von ihrem Trainer oder das Fehlen einer Anlaufstelle keinen Ausweg aus den Gewaltstrukturen. Deutschland setzt sich bereits stark für die Prävention von sexualisierter Gewalt und für eine stärkere Beteiligung von Frauen und Mädchen im Sport ein. Dennoch ist es für mich ganz klar, dass es hier noch viel zu tun gibt, besonders auch bei der internationalen Koordinierung. Die wohl wichtigste Aufgabe ist es doch, Sportlerinnen vor physischer und psychischer Gewalt und auch vor Diskriminierung zu schützen. Das Schlüsselwort in diesem Zusammenhang ist nicht zuletzt die Istanbul-Konvention. Sie muss von mehr Staaten angenommen und ratifiziert werden. Das psychische Wohlbefinden und die Sicherheit der Sportlerinnen sollte doch allseits selbstverständlich sein. Hier im Europarat darauf hinzuweisen, ist leider notwendig. Wir sollten uns ebenfalls dafür einsetzen, dass mehr Frauen nicht nur die Rolle der Sportlerinnen annehmen, sondern auch die der Trainerinnen, Schiedsrichterinnen, Vorstandsmitglieder und Präsidentinnen von Sportverbänden. Dafür müssen wir bessere Rahmenbedingungen schaffen, um den Frauenanteil in Leitungs- und Führungspositionen zu stärken, aber auch, um die Arbeitskultur im Sport generell fairer und gerechter zu gestalten. Diese Debatte ist vor allem Frauen und besonders auch den Transfrauen im Sport gewidmet. Denn Sportlerinnen sind ein Vorbild für junge Frauen und Mädchen, die sich in der männerdominierten Welt des Sports behaupten wollen. Sport sollte als ein Faktor für mehr Emanzipation und Akzeptanz wirken. Sport darf keinesfalls als Plattform für Diskriminierung benutzt werden. Deswegen unterstütze ich diesen Antrag. Vielen Dank.
Merci, ma chère collègue. La parole est à Madame Rosine Garvey d'Irlande.
Thank you very much for having me. In 2021, my Green Party colleague, and by no coincidence, a female Senior Minister for Sport for the first time in the history of the state, Catherine Martin, launched the Girls Get Active Research Report. As a result of the report findings, a new fund has been set up to fund local sports partnerships, creating physical activity programmes targeting specifically teenage girls. We are also creating a campaign targeting inactive teenage girls, as we see the dropout rates on sports for girls much higher than those for teenage boys. Our new Sports Action Plan for Ireland has set a minimum target of 40% gender representation, and as others have said, the importance of having women on sports governing bodies is key. To that end, we have increased from 24% in 2019 to 32% in just 2 years of women on boards. A game changer, if you will excuse the pun. The role of coaches in keeping girls in sports has also been recognised in Ireland, and we have to date, since 2021, ran 72 workshops on coaching girls, making coaches aware of the difference and to be more conscientious, and that has reached 1,100 coaches in Ireland alone. In May 2021, our Minister for Sport, Green Party TD, Catherine Martin, committed financially to ensuring equality for inter-county Gaelic Games players for the first time ever in the history of the state. Namely, camogie, probably the best sport in the world. Google it if you haven't seen it, and Gaelic football. I have to say congratulations to our Irish soccer team, our ladies' Irish soccer team, because they have just qualified for the World Cup, and we are very, very proud of them. Having played camogie as a youngster myself 30 years ago, it makes me sick and sad to see the same challenges faced today by female sports players who represent their counties. I cannot believe that 30 years later they are still dealing with the same disgusting message that you're not as good and not as valued. For example, in golf, we have Leona Maguire, a great golfer. I was at the top Ireland's Golf Open for Women in Ireland just 2 weeks ago. The overall purse was just under €400,000. For the exact same course, with the exact same scores for men, the purse was €6 million. It cannot be left to ministers of sports and sports clubs to level the playing field. The sponsors and the media have a huge part to play. What message do sponsors and media want to give to their own daughters and sisters and granddaughters and aunties and goddaughters? That they should be valued less? That they are not equal? I also want to recognise in particular the women of Iran, who not only are not allowed to compete in sports, but are actually forbidden to even attend any sports events. This is 2022, not 1972. We must do better. It is up to us as politicians. And I say to the young people here today, I apologise, I'm ashamed, and though we have failed to value equally, you are equal. Thank you.
Merci. La parole est à Monsieur John Howell du Royaume-Uni.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to make 3 points in this debate. The first is in relation to the Istanbul Convention. You will be aware that my own country ratified the Istanbul Convention only recently. And that came about after a lot of pressure, particularly from me in trying to get them to take that forward. And I do think that that is important for guaranteeing a basic level of security for women, whether they are in sport or not. And as I mentioned at the seminar that we had on Sunday, it is very important that the remaining 7 countries that have not ratified the Istanbul Convention are encouraged to do so, and that this Assembly should give somebody like Mr. Rick Dames the responsibility for going round and encouraging them to do this. My second point is in relation to the encouragement of women's sports. And it has long been my belief that in order to encourage women's sports, what you need is a big PR event. And we've had that. We've had the Lionesses football match. And that was against Germany, of course, and we won. I have to say that. It would be unfair if I didn't. But that has transformed the attitude of British people towards women's sport. It's the first time that they have seen women's football, and it is the first time that they have engaged with women's football in a really meaningful way. I would just say here that I was disappointed in one respect, and that was that women's football was just as dirty as men's football. There were the same number of tries. There is somebody here who disagrees with me on that, but I stick to what I said. There were the same number of disagreements on the field as there had been in a men's match, and I was looking for something better than that. But I think that can help the third point that I wish to make, and which is a very valid one, which is there are still massive inequalities in pay between women, for women's sports people and for men's sports people. And it is by bringing out the sort of discrepancies that there are in the context of big matches that we can achieve more to take women's sport forward and give women the chance to really participate, even at the outrageous rates that the male footballers charge for their services, and to take that forward for the future. Thank you.
Merci mon cher collègue. La parole est à Madame Nerea Aedo d'Espagne.
Thank you, Chair. Bien, lo primero agradecer a la ponente su trabajo y yo quiero decir que sin negar todo lo que se ha avanzado, la realidad es que, como usted bien indica, la discriminación en el deporte existe, pero solo es una más de las facetas de la desigualdad entre hombres y mujeres que existen, porque, no sé, lo digo con ironía, díganme un ámbito que sea menos favorable para los hombres que para las mujeres, excepto el de los cuidados. Yo creo que no conozco ninguno. Bien, hablando de deporte y de mujeres y de discriminación, yo hablaría en dos niveles. Por una parte, el amateur, y aquí incluyo incluso el deporte escolar. Hay más niños que hacen deporte, hay deportes diferenciados, las chicas hacen gimnasia y los chicos van al rugby, y las mujeres lo dejan antes. Y entonces hay que trabajar desde el inicio en la educación, en sensibilización, en no segregación cuando son niños. Y algo muy importante, las niñas tienen que tener referentes y pocos son femeninos. Y aquí es la pescadilla que se muerde la cola. Tienen pocos referentes femeninos porque hay pocas profesionales o deportistas de élite. ¿Y esto por qué? Pues lo han dicho ustedes perfectamente, no hay igualdad de salarios, hay algunas que no pueden ser profesionales a full time porque tienen que compaginar, no tienen el mismo reconocimiento social, los clubes femeninos no tienen los mismos recursos financieros, en los medios de comunicación no hay la misma repercusión, hay estereotipos claros, si es poco femenina si lanzo peso, pero me hiperfeminizan en otros deportes y tengo que salir maquillada, o hay unos códigos de vestimenta, como acuérdense todo el problema que hubo con cómo tenían que ir las chicas que jugaban al vóley playa. Entonces, reconocerán que, claro, a las mujeres se nos debería reconocer por nuestra aptitud y no por si lanzamos peso y tenemos un bíceps hiperdesarrollado o por si vamos monísimas todos los días. Y claro, todas estas cuestiones animan poco y animan poco a las niñas cuando tienen que dar el paso y animan poco a las mujeres cuando tienen que decidir que quieren ser profesionales pero no pueden vivir profesionalmente como si viviría un hombre. Yo no quiero olvidar los casos de acoso, abuso y violencia que hay que atajar. Y yo creo que para esto serían necesarios protocolos de actuación. Pero creo que hay que trabajar en todo lo demás que viene de antes. Tampoco quiero olvidar, y ya se ha hablado aquí, de las múltiples discriminaciones, ni del problema de falta de entrenadoras, de árbitras que reciben insultos cuando aparecen en un partido de fútbol masculino, ni de directivas de club o de federaciones, ni de técnicas. Y creo que hay que fomentar que las mujeres elijan estudios y carreras relacionadas con el deporte. Pasa un poco con el deporte como con las tecnológicas, parece que las mujeres nos inhibimos. Y tendremos que valorar también qué ofrece el deporte mediático y espectáculo, porque es cierto lo que acaba de decir el que me ha precedido en el uso de la palabra, pero tiene sus riesgos. Hay legislación, porque tenemos leyes de igualdad, leyes contra la brecha salarial, pero no están siendo, aunque son necesarias, no están siendo suficientes. No vale solo con legislar. Hay que bajar a tierra, hay que trabajar desde lo local, son necesarios protocolos, códigos de conducta. Y finalizo diciendo que esto no es un asunto de mujeres, esto es un asunto de todos y todas. Si no, no saldremos nunca de la espiral en la que estamos. Gracias.
La parole est à Madame Sayek Bok Céline de Turquie.
Merci. Women's volleyball has been an up-and-rising phenomenon in Turkey recently. Our national team, now called the Sultans of the Net, have blazed the trails and cleared hurdles and earning a much-deserved admiration from all of us. But most admirably, they didn't leave their success on the court. They actually decided to trailblaze off the court as well. So one of the many examples is one of their players, Bahar Toksoy Gidetti, from the team, and her husband, the coach of the team, Giovanni Gidetti. They initiated a project which they called Sultans of the Future. And what they did was they decided to reach out to the disadvantaged regions in Turkey to find the girls who would be ready to play volleyball, but who had never seen volleyball before. So they decided to provide equality of opportunities to girls in areas where they didn't have equal opportunity, and most importantly, to educate their parents to say, this is doable. And the project quickly picked up. They were able to reach out to the girls, and the girls' imagination was triggered. But then one day, one of these girls came up to Ms. Toksoy Gidetti and said, I wish you had never come here. When Ms. Gidetti asked why, she said, because until you came here, I didn't know of the game. Now I know of the game, but I don't have the means to play it. So this was a wake-up call, reminding all of us that there are structural inequalities which keep the girls away from their imagination and their dreams. So it's not enough just to give them the means to imagine. We have to give them the means to achieve and to overcome the structural inequalities they face at all ages as girls and as women. The entrenched structural barriers in the system that we have to overcome. So this anecdote is a reminder of how critical and important this resolution is. Because this resolution calls out to prevent gender-based violence and harassment in and through sports, to protect the victims, prosecute the perpetrators, design policies. This is nothing but the 4P approach of the Istanbul Convention. We need to ratify it. It calls for regulations to be put in place to ensure equal pay, so that these girls don't just imagine, they actually do it and get what they deserve to get. It calls for an integrated gender perspective to media coverage of sporting events to ensure equal and fair media coverage for all women athletes. It calls for adaptation of quotas to increase participation of women in governing bodies of sports federations. After winning individual gold in the women's gymnastics all around in 2016, Simone Biles, in an interview, made a declaration, and she said, I'm not the next Usain Bolt or Michael Phelps. I am the first Simone Biles. So I must say, I hope our collective efforts reflected in this resolution will allow all girls and women to rise up to their unique and individual dreams, and I congratulate our rapporteur for taking a step in this direction.
Merci. La parole est à Monsieur Davis Dunn du Canada.
Honourable colleagues, it is a privilege to rise today to discuss a topic of wide importance, discrimination against women in sports. Rapporteur Estrella's report is a powerful call to action to address long-standing, fundamental gender bias and discrimination. It brings a special focus on discrimination against particular groups of women, including lesbian, bisexual, transgender, and intersex women. The report highlights that LGBTI women face unique barriers, such as a lack of support from their families, rejection from sports teams, and media portrayals negative stereotyping about LGBTI athletes. Although results from a 2015 study show that Canada fared better than some countries considered, results also showed that homophobic acts are widespread in Canadian sport. For example, some 45% of lesbian athletes reported experiencing homophobic acts in my country. These data make it clear that more needs to be done to protect the safety of LGBTI women in sports and end gender and sexual orientation-based discrimination. Unfortunately, many other groups of women face discrimination in sport as well. According to Canadian Women in Sport, women who are Indigenous or racialized face unique barriers to their participation in sports. This includes gross stereotypes and discrimination based on race, religion, and cultural practice. More generally, all women face a lack of sport and recreational spaces for women only and for gender diverse individuals, limited accommodations for childcare and family obligations, and financial barriers. Recognizing that Indigenous peoples have faced many barriers to their participation in sports, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada issued several calls to action in this area, including the development of a national sports program and initiatives by and for Indigenous peoples, the creation of an elite development program for Indigenous athletes, and anti-racism awareness programs. As well, results from a 2019 survey of Canadian national team athletes show that twice the number of female para-athletes reported experiencing situations where their basic needs were not met compared with athletes without a disability. Colleagues, women make up half of our world. Their access to sports and equal treatment are matters of basic, fundamental human rights. I hope that all member states will work individually and together to make sports safe and equal for all women and girls around the globe. This involves amateur sports as well as professional sports, and I want to particularly single out my colleagues who have pointed out the gross inequality in the way that professional women athletes are treated from their male counterparts. Hopefully, this report and the dialogue it engenders will allow us to find additional ways to achieve our goals for the next generation of girls and women. Thank you, colleagues.
Merci. La parole est à Madame Host-Nicole d'Allemagne.
Herr Präsident, werte Kollegen, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren! Dem Frauensport gebührt höchste Anerkennung, denn er verhilft Mädchen und Frauen zu Selbstwertgefühl, Selbstwirksamkeit, Wertschätzung, den Triebfedern für Emanzipation und gelebter Gleichberechtigung. Alles, was dazu beiträgt, Frauensport zu einem sichereren Platz für Frauen und Mädchen zu machen, ist zu unterstützen. Sport leistet ebenfalls als Integrationsmotor Großes. Beim Sport spielen Geschlecht, Abstammung, Sprache, religiöse oder politische Anschauungen keine Rolle. Das ist eine große Errungenschaft für unser Zusammenleben und den gesellschaftlichen Zusammenhalt über Zugehörigkeiten hinaus. Diese Eigenschaft wohnte dem Sport schon immer inne. Daher ist es unverständlich, dass er nun durch sogenannte politische Bildung aufgeladen werden soll, wie in Punkt 4.1.2 gefordert. Was macht denn einen guten Trainer aus? Sicher nicht, dass er politische Haltung im Sinne einer herrschenden Ideologie vermittelt. Meine Damen und Herren, das hatten wir in Europa schon einmal und das wollen wir nicht wieder. Sport sollte nicht zum Diener von politischen Botschaften gemacht werden. Das ist unwürdig und beschämend. Es ist schade, dass Frauensport in vielen Disziplinen immer noch ein Schattendasein neben dem Männersport fristet. Es ist zu begrüßen, dass Anstrengungen unternommen werden, um dies abzustellen. Im Jahre 2022 ist nicht wirklich einzusehen, warum ausgerechnet beim Sport Frauen und Männer unterschiedlich behandelt werden sollen. Es gibt sehr viele, sehr wichtige Forderungen im Sinne des Frauensports in ihrer Resolution. Aber letztlich hat sie einen riesengroßen Pferdefuß, denn sie wollen neue Frauen, die biologische Männer sind und über alle Vorzüge männlicher Körper in puncto Kraft, Schnelligkeit und Ausdauer gegenüber biologischen Frauen verfügen, in den Frauensport integrieren. Damit, meine Damen und Herren, machen Sie den jahrzehntedauernden Kampf für den Frauensport mit einem Schlag zunichte. Denn überall dort, wo bislang neue Frauen in Frauenwettkämpfen gestartet sind, beim Gewichtheben, beim Schwimmen, beim Sprint, haben Sie biologische Frauen deklassiert und um ihren wohlverdienten Sieg die Krönung jahrelangen harten Trainings sowie um Preisgelder und Stipendien gebracht. Mit dieser Resolution befürworten Sie, dass biologische Männer in künstlich medizinisch verfraulichten Körpern Frauen letztlich sogar aus dem Frauensport verdrängen könnten. Also bei allem Verständnis für das Transgender-Phänomen und das Nicht-Diskriminieren dieser Menschen, das darf nicht sein, denn das ist zutiefst frauenfeindlich. Vielen Dank.
Merci. La parole est à Mireille Clapeau pour la France.
Lorsqu'une petite fille regarde la cour de récréation de son école, elle peut y voir des garçons qui jouent au foot et qui se moquent des filles reléguées aux marges et qui les renvoient à jouer à la poupée. Ou alors, elle peut y voir ses amis, filles et garçons mélangés, qui jouent au jeu de balle ou à se toucher, qui courent, qui sautent, bref, qui découvrent les possibilités de dépassement de leur corps. Lorsqu'une petite fille regarde la télévision, elle doit pouvoir s'identifier à une championne et dire à son frère ou à ses parents « Un jour, je serai comme elle », sans qu'on lui réponde « Non, ce sera trop dur pour toi, tu n'auras pas de vie de famille, tu devras faire des efforts inouïs et tu gagneras moins que tes collègues masculins ». Lorsqu'une petite fille surfe sur Internet, elle est souvent confrontée à une représentation stéréotypée, l'assignant à un corps sexualisé, érotisé et à un objet de désir masculin. Elle doit pouvoir y trouver des images diverses, une reconnaissance de sa spécificité en matière d'orientation sexuelle et jamais, jamais n'être confrontée à des commentaires haineux. Lorsqu'une jeune fille s'engage dans un sport, elle rentre dans une famille où l'entraîneur devient l'adulte de référence, celui à qui on se confie, celui qui voit les possibilités du corps, les limites du corps, celui qui assiste aux transformations du corps à la puberté, celui qui voit les émotions naissantes liées à l'éclosion de la sexualité. Elle rentre dans une dépendance par rapport à cet adulte qui peut alors soit l'aider sur le chemin de performance ou alors abuser de cette domination psychologique. Chers rapporteurs, chers collègues, je crois que le sport est une activité où l'on apprend le respect des règles, où le corps et l'âme se dépassent, où l'on crée du lien social bénéfique. Le sport, s'il est pratiqué sans excès et s'il n'est pas instrumentalisé par un nationalisme ou un prosélytisme religieux, est une activité pleine de bienfaits. Le sport, s'il n'est pas un espace de domination, est un formidable vecteur d'émancipation. De nombreux témoignages recueillis par votre excellente enquête, Madame la rapporteure, montrent que la jeune fille sportive est fragilisée et qu'elle doit être protégée de façon institutionnelle. Longtemps, c'est la loi du silence qui a prévalu, mais les langues se sont déliées. Sarah Abitbol, la patineuse artistique française, a dénoncé les violences sexuelles imposées par son entraîneur. Alors nous devons saluer les programmes de prévention des violences et des inégalités lorsqu'ils existent, et nous devons inciter les États à prendre leur part par des politiques publiques adaptées. Les outils existent. Donnons l'exemple dans les États membres, incitons nos fédérations à garantir l'égalité, y compris en aménageant les infrastructures et en les aidant à accéder aux formations d'entraîneuses et d'arbitres. Incitons les médias à être équitables dans les retransmissions et les commentaires, œuvrant pour l'égalité de revenus. Grâce à votre rapport, chers collègues Edith et Estrella, et grâce à la résolution que nous allons voter, chaque petite fille pourra se projeter dans un avenir de championne et pourra vivre la compétition en harmonie avec son développement personnel harmonieux, avec les hommes et non dans la méfiance des hommes.
Merci. La parole est à Madame Minerva Hernandez Ramos du Mexique et qui sera notre dernière oratrice. Merci.
Tardes, colegas. Buenos días, México. Siempre he creído en el potencial de las mujeres y en el deporte como fuente de equilibrio y competitividad. Las mujeres hemos ido ganando espacios y hemos ido teniendo un progreso considerable dentro del deporte. No obstante, este espacio no está exento de violencia. de sexismo, de discriminación por género. Así que provoca tristeza que siga siendo un ambiente que favorece a los hombres. Considero que una de las mayores injusticias contra las mujeres y las jovencitas que compiten a nivel profesional es la desigualdad en el pago. Hace precisamente un año en México, la Comisión Federal de Competencia Económica impuso multas por 177 millones de pesos a 17 de los clubes de fútbol de la Liga MX femenil, debido a que se pusieron de acuerdo para fijar un tope máximo a los salarios de las jugadoras, profundizando con eso la brecha salarial entre hombres y mujeres. Este tipo de casos, desde luego que vulneran los valores del deporte y su contribución a la cohesión social y a la integración de las personas. Se requiere que avancemos en revalorizar genuinamente la aportación que tienen las mujeres deportistas y no invisibilizar su situación, porque debemos concentrar los esfuerzos en alcanzar una real igualdad de género en el deporte. Creo que nadie mejor que la destacada futbolista Megan Rapinoe para ilustrar este tema, pues en sus palabras es mucho más del dinero que le pagan a las jugadoras. En realidad es sobre la inversión en el juego porque no resulta equitativa. Estamos hablando de inversión en marketing, en las jóvenes, en las jugadoras, en el equipo de entrenadores y no creo que sea equitativo con los hombres. Eso dijo ella. De eso se trata la lucha por igualar el campo de juego entre hombres y mujeres, no solamente de igualdad en el pago, sino de que exista una auténtica equidad en la inversión de recursos financieros, físicos, materiales y humanos para unos y para otras, tanto a nivel profesional como amateur. Y yo exijo que las federaciones deportivas deban mostrar un compromiso para alcanzar esos objetivos, sin que dejemos de considerar los demás problemas que se derivan de la discriminación hacia las mujeres y que impactan negativamente en su acceso al deporte y a su práctica profesional. Me refiero al acoso, violencia, abuso, prejuicios, marginalización o sexismo, que son las diversas facetas en que se expresa esta discriminación. Tal como fue señalado por esta Asamblea en la resolución adoptada en 2016, el deporte es un noble vehículo que permite a la sociedad y a sus integrantes alcanzar la equidad, la integración y la inclusión. De eso estoy convencida y quiero abrazarlos con cariño mexicano. Muy buenas tardes.
Merci Madame Hernandez-Ramos et toutes nos salutations du Conseil de l'Europe aux observateurs du Mexique et du Canada. Il nous faut maintenant interrompre l'audition des orateurs. Les orateurs inscrits qui, présents pendant le débat, n'ont pu s'exprimer peuvent transmettre dans les 4 heures leur intervention dactylographie au service de la séance pour publication au compte-rendu. Ce texte ne doit pas dépasser 400 mots et doit être transmis par voie électronique. J'appelle la réplique de la Commission. Madame la rapporteure Estrela, vous pourrez répondre aux intervenants.
Je remercie les collègues qui ont pris la parole, les femmes et aussi les hommes. Et à propos de ce qu'a demandé Margaret, où sont les hommes, je veux souligner que les discriminations à l'égard des femmes ne sont pas un problème des femmes, sont un problème de la société. Et je veux remercier aussi la collègue qui a parlé, la première qui a parlé, qui a fait le témoignage qui m'a beaucoup touchée parce qu'elle a parlé de sa propre expérience. Je remercie aussi la collègue qui a rappelé que les femmes iraniennes n'ont pas le droit de faire le sport. Et je veux profiter de l'occasion pour répudier la violence contre les femmes iraniennes et soutenir leur lutte. Ce que soit dans le sport, la politique ou la société, les femmes ne veulent pas des privilèges, elles veulent des droits. Et les droits des femmes sont des droits humains. Je veux terminer en disant qu'il est nécessaire d'abandonner l'idée de que les femmes servent à travailler, mais elles ne servent pas à prendre des décisions. Le chemin est long et plein d'écueils, mais doit être parcouru sans autre perte de temps. Comme personne n'abdique pas volontairement du pouvoir, il faut que ce soit les femmes à lutter pour le droit de partager l'égalité avec les hommes, autant dans les sphères sportives, publiques et aussi dans les sphères privées. Une chose est certaine, qui a les privilèges ne veut pas les perdre. Qui est bien assis à la chaise du pouvoir ne se lèvera pas s'il ne soit pas obligé. L'histoire démontre cela. Dans ce plan, la courtoisie masculine n'a pas fonctionné. Et un mot aussi de remerciement au secrétariat de la Commission Égalité, en particulier à Elodie Fischer, dont le professionnalisme et le dévouement sont à souligner. Elle a été infatigable dans la préparation des auditions et des nombreux débats et des auditions online que nous avons tenues tout au long du processus. Et maintenant, j'espère que la résolution soit approuvée. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, ma chère collègue. Madame Annika Engblom, la présidente de la Commission, désire-t-elle prendre la parole?
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Dear colleagues, sport is a wonderful thing. It's a passion for many, and it's not only fun and has positive impact on our health, but it also, in its essence, knows no boundaries, supersedes language barriers, and, as stressed by our rapporteur, Ms. Strela, in her report, works as a powerful tool for emancipation and inclusion for all, and for those who have the talent, offers a professional career. However, when we talk about professional sport, a majority, unfortunately, talks about sport with male athletes. Sport isn't a level playing field because it's a fact that male athletes get more publicity, male competitions, better broadcasting hours, and team better work contracts. We have, Mr. Chair, undeniably seen progress with regard to women participation in sports competitions. They get more attention in football, for instance, because there are athletes now, female athletes who are known throughout the world. But the picture is far from being ideal, especially sports on a non-professional level. And if I may take the opportunity, Mr. Chair, that I believe that many still lingering in this room have, especially women, have dealt with and been practitioners in sports. And I for certain believe that our young spectators listening to the debate here as well, indeed are practitioners today. And I expect that many of our esteemed colleagues of this assembly are mothers and fathers of daughters. Now picture to yourself your daughters being harassed, being victims for injustices, and so forth, and even violence. Picture yourself in front of them, and then you understand why such a report with real conclusions, like Mrs. Estrela, is so vital. Mr. Chair, the Committee on Equality adopted this resolution unanimously. We have had enriching discussions, and this resolution is an inspiration for all. And if I may, as last, because I would like us to vote unanimously also here in the hemicycle for this report. This is my last address to this Assembly, and as such, I take the opportunity for a request to the Secretariat and to the Presidency, is that you put, since there's been issues on equality, has been a major item throughout my life, outside of politics and throughout my political career, put it in the beginning of the agenda for every future session. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mrs. Estrela.
C'est bien noté. Merci, Madame la Présidente. La discussion générale est close. La Commission sur l'égalité et la non-discrimination a présenté un projet de résolution sur lequel aucun amendement n'a été déposé. Nous allons donc procéder directement au vote sur le projet de résolution contenu dans le document 15-611. Le scrutin est ouvert. Le scrutin est clos. Je demande l'affichage du résultat. Le projet de résolution contenu dans le document 15-611 est adopté. Bravo. Ouais.
Can we take our seats ready for the next debate, please? Okay, let us make a start. The final item of business this afternoon is a debate on the report titled The Honouring of Membership Obligations to the Council of Europe by Romania. It is document 15617, presented by Madam Edith Estrela and Ms. Krista Bomani on behalf of the Monitoring Committee. In order to finish by 8 p.m, I will interrupt the list of speakers at 7:30 to allow time for the replies and the votes. We will begin with Edith Estrela and do we have Krista? Yes. Ah, she's coming. Okay, well, it's okay. We're not going to start with you, so you can make your way here. But Edith, if we can start with you, that will be very good. You have 5 minutes each, and 5 minutes in total to reply at the end of the debate. So, Madam Estrela.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dear colleagues, Romania was one of the first 3 countries selected by the Monitoring Committee according to the new procedure of periodic reports. It has taken longer than initially expected to prepare this report. Firstly, procedural questions had to be clarified. Then there was pandemic, a political crisis and elections in Romania. Rapporteurs have also been replaced several times due to their internal elections. We have based our report on a variety of sources, finding of relevant Council of Europe monitoring mechanisms, relevant work of the European Commission and its monitoring reports on the judiciary and the fight against corruption, opinions of the Venice Commission and relevant judgments of the European Court for Human Rights. We then verified all this information in direct contacts with the representatives of the civil society in Romania, in a series of online meetings and during our visit in Bucharest on 4 and 5 of July. We received exhaustive comments to our draft memorandum from the Romanian authorities and in particular from the Ministry of Justice, Ministry for Foreign Affairs and the Superior Council of Magistracy. First of all, I wish to stress that we have recognized the substantial progress accomplished by Romania towards compliance with Council of Europe standards, in particular with regard to the judiciary and the fight against corruption, and this is despite the backslide which occurred between 2017 and 2019. In the area of the judiciary, the government adopted the strategy for the development of the judiciary for 2022-2025, defining clear deadlines for the implementation of the reforms. The authorities followed the recommendations of the Venice Commission, the Greco, and the European Commission to dismantle the controversial section for the investigation of criminal offences in the judiciary. On 11th March 2022, the law dismantling the section was adopted. The competence to investigate criminal offences committed by magistrates has been transferred to designated prosecutors within the prosecutors' offices attached to the High Court of Cassation and Justice and the Courts of Appeal. However, there are some issues which should be followed. The ongoing reform foresees the adoption of 3 justice laws which define the judicial system in Romania. They include the law on the status of magistrates, the law on the organization of the judiciary, and the law on the Superior Council of Magistracy. They have already been submitted by the government to the Parliament and are undergoing the legislative procedure. The Monitoring Committee has requested the Venice Commission's opinion on the drafts. It should be adopted in December. We hope that the authorities will take into account the Venice Commission's recommendations. Regarding the fight against corruption, it should be noted that the government is implementing the anti-corruption strategy for 2021-2025, which has already given encouraging results in terms of increased effectiveness of the investigation and sanctioning of medium and high-level corruption. We have also been informed that amendments to the Criminal Code and the Criminal Procedure Code relating inter alia to corruption, crimes and abuse of office are under preparation. Among the outstanding concerns, the question of implementation of European Court's judgments remains one of the most worrying. The situation of media raises another concern. Concerning the human rights, we are much more positive in our assessment. Romania is considered as an example of good European practices in the field of rights of persons belonging to minorities by the monitoring body of the Framework Convention on Minorities. Minority groups represent in Romania over 10% of total population. They are represented in the government's consultative body, which has constitutionally guaranteed representation in parliament. Romania should also be commended for the way it has handled the inflow of refugees from Ukraine following the invasion of that country by the Russian Federation. Last but not least, Romanian authorities should be commended for the recent amendment to Article 369 of the Penal Code, which extends the application of the motion of incitement to hatred or discrimination to a larger number of vulnerable groups. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Now, Mrs. Belmani, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm going to be strict with you, 5 minutes.
In addition to what my co-rapporteur said about the sources of our information on which we based the report, I would like to stress how instrumental in this respect was our visit to Bucharest. It enabled us to conduct a direct political dialogue with the authorities, and it should be underscored that all our interlocutors demonstrated openness and very clear political commitment to fulfill all Romania's obligations resulting from the membership in the Council of Europe. In our official meetings in Bucharest, we raised the concerns formulated by representatives of the civil society, media, minorities and other vulnerable groups during our earlier online meetings. These direct exchanges have enabled us to better understand the situation and identify real concerns in the areas which are crucial for the functioning of democratic institutions. I think it was very useful to speak to all these interlocutors before we met officials, and it was good that officials could get acquainted with the concerns formulated in our draft memorandum also before we met. This allowed for substantial and efficient dialogue. First of all, I wish to underscore on behalf of both of us that we really appreciated the authorities' commitment, will to cooperate. Starting from the delegation, all interlocutors demonstrated openness and clear commitment for dialogue and democratic values. All these meetings were very informative. They allowed us to gather updated information and get acquainted with the authorities' position on the concerns formulated in our draft report. We took account of all their arguments, including written comments sent to us in the beginning of August, in the framework of the usual procedure in the final report, which is now in front of you. Indeed, we have tried to accommodate all authorities' remarks, even if not all of them have entirely convinced us, which we make clear in the text. But we do believe that they should be reflected and heard. I would like to draw particular attention to two following issues. First, we met representatives of two judges' associations. They claimed to represent the position of also two other, four in total, associations. There are 6 magistrates' associations in Romania. These two, Association of Magistrates in Romania and the Forum of Judges in Romania, were very critical about the recommendation to dismantle the section for the investigation of offences committed within the judiciary. They claimed that the position of the European institutions concerning the question of compatibility of the section with democratic standards was based on, and I quote, serious fundamental errors and justified by pseudo-arguments that were part of fake news and disinformation campaign, end of quote. They were very upset by the fact that their voice had apparently not been heard and taken into account. They provided us with a big file of letters sent to the European institutions, which, according to them, remained unanswered. They also expressed some fears about the risk of politicization of the judiciary as a result of new arrangements replacing the section. I think this issue should be followed up, and different, sometimes conflicting positions of judges' associations should be heard and taken into account. Nobody should have the impression that they were ignored. The second issue relates to the use of public funds allocated by the state to political parties for secret contracts with media. We were shocked to hear from different sources, including the Ombudsperson, that political parties sign contracts with media and the content of these contracts remains secret. While the practice of agreements between political parties and media is not unusual, it should be clear what the media are paid for. Promotion of parties' program, position on certain issues, advertisement, etc. If it is a secret, it raises utmost concerns with regard to editorial independence, let alone freedom of expression of journalists. We were told that during electoral campaigns these questions are properly regulated. Why then outside the election period such a serious shortcoming exists? As a result, as we were told, main political parties are heartily criticized by Romanian media. To complete my colleague's presentation, I would only like to add that we were satisfied to hear that hate speech is also actively combated in the Romanian parliament, which just before our visit included in its rules of procedure new provisions facilitating the punishment of hate speech in parliament. I look forward to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now we move on to our list of speakers, and I call Mr. Muncaciu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. Although it's very clear that Romania is one of the countries that are going out of their way to accommodate the minorities, we have 17 members of the parliament that are not elected through the regular standard election procedure. We also have the laws and regulation edited in bilingual fashion. However, when it comes to the description of the relationship between the ethnic groups, I think the rapporteur took a bias. Therefore, I believe that it will do to this commission a great deal of correction when it comes to this. You can have in a civil society an international European paper being biased. In other words, it was one-sided when it comes to minority description of the relationship. So therefore, because to my knowledge, we are not consulted on the subject, although we have involvement in the episode of the International Military Cemetery. We believe that because of that, and not to inflame the relationship, see, it's very important in a country like Romania to keep the good and faithful relationship between minorities. The Hungarian party that is representing the Hungarian minority has been in power for more than 20 years. That's why we don't understand why is that the rapporteurs took a biased position. Therefore, I propose a motion to send the report back to the commission, to the committee. That's my statement.
Before we move on to the next speaker, can I just understand that you are moving a formal motion now to send this back? Okay. Mr. Muncaciu has proposed that the report be referred back to the committee. This motion can be agreed by a simple majority. On this motion, only the proposer and one speaker against and the rapporteur or chairperson concerned may be heard. The proposer has already spoken. Does anyone, apart from the rapporteur or chairperson concerned, wish to oppose this motion? Mr. Kolotian.
Yes, Chairman, colleagues. I understand some of the ideas that were expressed by our colleague from Romania, but with all due respect, the report is an objective one. It was an objective work of the rapporteurs, and with the full respect for the work of the rapporteurs, I will oppose to this motion, and the proposal is to continue the debate and the adoption of the report today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Assembly will now vote on the... Oh, sorry. I forgot to ask the rapporteur or the chairperson of the committee. You can have 30 seconds.
We are against.
Okay. Fine. So the Assembly will now vote on the motion to refer this report back to the committee.
So it's worth saying if you vote yes, you're with Mr. Moncaccio.
Yeah. If you agree with Mr. Moncaccio, you vote yes. If you agree with Mr. Kolotian, you vote no. It's not working.
You just give it a minute.
Just give it a minute, and I'm sure it will work. There we are. Now it is open. It is open, as if by magic. Please vote.
That's good.
I think that we can close the vote now. Can you display the result, please?
Yeah, so the motion's rejected.
The motion is rejected.
So let's move on with the debate.
We move on with the debate to Fiona O'Loughlin. You have 3 minutes. I almost gave you 30 seconds.
I know. I was nearly happy to have that.
It's very late now.
Thank you, Chair and colleagues. Let me start by thanking the co-rapporteurs for this report on Romania, Edith Estrela and my ALDE colleague, Krista Bomin, for their work and I think also their empathy and their understanding for the complex issues in Romania. And it's important to say that this is mainly a positive report. And of course, the general framework of the rule of law is in a significantly better shape than it was in 2017 to 2019, and that has to be acknowledged and commended. I want to take the opportunity to stress the importance of a few particular issues. Firstly, the freedom of media, and unfortunately, the fact that information provided by media outlets is not necessarily correct. There is a real breakdown in relation to public trust because we cannot give credibility to the particular information that's coming from media outlets. In theory, there is a system of safeguards for the pluralism and independence of media, but in reality, there are no safeguards possible as long as governing bodies exploit loopholes in order to avoid this particular situation. We also need to demand full transparency of press and also the propaganda expenses of political parties, not just at election time, but on an ongoing basis. It's absolutely wrong that some political agents use legal paths to circumvent norms about not influencing freedom of expression. A solution needs to be found, and by far the best solution is international monitoring and pressure in order to prevent the possibility of using public money to cover for media favouritism. We also need to ensure that there is full and autonomous independence of the National Audiovisual Council. I think it's important that the Council of Europe should continue to monitor this particular aspect of life in Romania and find the best tools to support a fully independent media particularly at times where truth and correct information are absolutely vital for European democracy. Another issue is human trafficking. There are several reports, the most recent one published by the USA State Department, that note that Romania remains a primary source country for sex trafficking and labour trafficking victims in Europe. The vast majority of identified victims, 77% in 2021, being sex trafficking victims. Asylum seekers are indeed at risk for trafficking, but so are young women in underdeveloped areas in the country. And what Romania needs to do far more is to protect them and prevent sex exploitation. Far more attention needs to be paid to this. The report also points out that there is a hostile attitude towards LGBTI people in Romania, which may render them as targets of violence. And legislation introduced in 2020 was most unhelpful in this regard, and it's important that we address this democratic backsliding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, George Katsougalis, you too have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want also myself to congratulate the two co-rapporteurs for a very comprehensive, very clear report. I agree in all points, both regarding the findings and the suggestions, so I'm not going to be very analytical. I'm going to be very brief. I want also to express my satisfaction coming from a neighboring and friendly country that Romania is back to the road of reforms and problems of the past related to some problems regarding the relations of the executive and the judiciary seems to be in the way to be solved. And contrary to remarks of colleagues I have heard, I think that the report is objective enough, describing the good record that Romania has at the field of protection of minorities, where it should be considered one of the avant-garde countries, especially regarding the political representation of the minorities. Regarding one of the problems that the report notes, the problem of the unexecuted judgments of the European Court of Human Rights, I must say that I fully understand the problem, the structural problem, because we have a similar one in Greece. It's related to the problems of our penitentiary system to be adapted to the standards, the right standards of the Convention of the European Court of Human Rights. It's not so much a matter of a political decision than a matter of infrastructure. I also fully share the recommendations of the two rapporteurs regarding corruption, regarding the field of media. It is very important. We have similar problems again in my country, so I can really understand the situation there. And I must tell that the government of Romania is taking more measures than the current government of Greece. Finally, although it's not strictly related to this report, I want to express my confidence that with similar positive steps, Romania is going to get out of these monitor mechanisms of the European Union, which is long overdue, and it is going to have full access to the Schengen system. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, George. Now, Stefan Schennach.
Dankeschön, Herr Präsident. Auch ich möchte den beiden Berichterstatterinnen sehr, sehr herzlich zu diesem Bericht gratulieren. Es zeigt, wenn ein Land, und das macht Rumänien ganz offensichtlich, im Monitoringverfahren mit dem Europarat und seinen Institutionen kooperiert, dass auch sehr, sehr positive Berichte hier präsentiert werden. Insbesondere die Zusammenarbeit mit der Venedig-Kommission möchte ich hier hervorheben und die Zusammenarbeit mit GRECO. Insgesamt nach den schwierigen Jahren 2017 bis 2019, wo wir alle gebangt haben, wohin wird sich Rumänien entwickeln, zeigt es, dass Rumänien, und das beweist uns dieser Bericht wieder auf die Straße der Reformen zurückgekehrt ist und dass die Korruption bekämpft wird und auch die Unabhängigkeit der Justiz in weiten Fällen wieder hergestellt wird. Aber es gibt auch ein paar schmerzhafte Punkte, auf die wir schon auch verweisen müssen. Das eine ist der unglaubliche Stau bei der Umsetzung der Urteile des Europäischen Menschenrechtsgerichtshofes. Das geht nicht. Also da muss Rumänien wirklich zeigen, dass sie hier gewillt sind, hier all diese Urteile auch nachzuvollziehen. Das hat Rumänien mit der Mitgliedschaft zum Europarat auch unterzeichnet und es steht auch in der Verfassung. Das Zweite, es wurde heute schon angesprochen, ist die Schlagseite, die große Schlagseite im Bereich des Medienpluralismus. Geheime Verträge, Verträge im Dunkeln, das geht alles nicht. Hier bedarf es einer verstärkten Aufarbeitung. Und wir haben alle zur Kenntnis genommen und die Berichterstatterinnen haben gesagt, dass die Entwicklung der Menschenrechte auf einem sehr, sehr guten Weg ist. Da muss ich allerdings auch sagen, dass nach wie vor bei der Roma-Minderheit eine große Besorgnis da ist, dass sie am allgemeinen Wohlstand weit abgeschlagen sind, dass ihre Inklusion auf dem Arbeitsplatz nach wie vor extrem zu wünschen übrig lässt. Deshalb sind das hier 3 Bereiche, wo einfach Rumänien in den nächsten Jahren bis zum nächsten Bericht hoffentlich nachzieht. Aber die Antikorruptionsstrategie für die Jahre 21 bis 25, da erfreue ich mich schon auf den nächsten Bericht, der darüber erscheinen wird. In diesem Sinne, Gratulation noch einmal, ein sehr guter Bericht.
Thank you, Stefan. Now, is Madame Jasko in the building? I think she is. Yes.
Yes, I'm here. Dear colleagues, I think I'll be quite short. I would like to speak in favor of this report on behalf of the EPP Group because we discussed this report. We think it's comprehensive. It includes both information about the progress and developments of Romania with the standards of the Council of Europe. It also includes those moments and those areas that need to be improved. And I think I want to congratulate also the rapporteurs for doing a very good work on this, because we, as Ukrainians, we really appreciate now a strong neighbor, Romania, and we are very interested that all the developments to strengthen Romanian democracy and judiciary and media pluralism actually takes place in Romania, because we understand that we need to be strong together. I would like also to mention that it's absolutely very important that the report mentions how Romania managed to get the national minorities representation in their national council. This is very important, so that the national minorities' rights are respected. Those concerns that are raised regarding the justice and media pluralism and deterioration of the situation with the media pluralism, this is concerning, but we also see that Romania showed a cooperation during this monitoring mission and is open for improving it. So I would like to restate the position that it's important to vote for this report in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now we move on to the list of speakers, and the first of those is Mr. Kolatian.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, first of all, I'm doing objectively, I would like to thank and to express my appreciations for the hardworking and the objective work of both rapporteurs and for what was said about the positive dimension and about the critics. And we are taking very seriously also the other part of critics. I think it's most probably the most balanced, objective, and positive, good report on Romania in the last many, many years here in the Council of Europe. It reflects the political will of the authorities, an effort of reform and progress that essentially is making reference to important progress in the domain of judiciary, which was a subject in the previous years, combating corruption, solving a delicate and controversial file related to the special section of the prosecutors. I open up parentheses. The rapporteur was right that this is controversial because there is a number of magistrates associations which are critical for dismantling this section. The government dismantled and the majority in the parliament taking on board the recommendation of the Venice Commission. I'm fair saying that in the committee I expressed during the years the fact that I have my doubts about that solution of purely dismantling this section, because there was a very painful past some years ago when there was a secret protocol concluded by Romanian intelligence with important leaders of the prosecutors in putting pressure on the judges of the Supreme Court and on the political establishment for delivering things which are not constitutional and democratic. But we took it, the Venice Commission proposal, we dismantled the section, and now the competence was sent to the General Prosecution Office and the prosecution of the Courts of Appeal, which is good because when there are abuses, there should be someone from the magistrates, from the General Prosecutor Office, to investigate these abuses. Now, there are also some other progress related, for instance, to the higher standards in the human rights protection combating hate speech. We fully agreed, and we did it. And also making a reference to the very good model of European model of good practices in protecting national minorities in Romania, starting with the political representation in the parliament, which is not the same in some other countries that very often are giving us lessons of morality. And last but not least, we take very serious, especially those two issues on the execution of justice, but this is the systemic problem on the administration of penitentiaries. This implies a budgetary effort. It will take some time. And the issue of financing on media and political parties. Last but not least, I'm confident that this report will be helpful also for the final assessment of the European Commission, which we are working in close coordination for the last laws on justice, which are subject of the debate in the Parliament, that will finally conclude this European Commission to finalize the mechanism of cooperation and verification of Romania that remained after all these years on EU a discriminatory approach comparing with the other member states. And finally, positive role of Romania in supporting Ukraine, securing the borders, taking the refugees, and doing many things which are not visible in security aspects, exporting crops, and so on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Stroyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, as President of the Romanian delegation, I welcome this report that acknowledges the significant progress that my country has made in the past few years. I would like to thank the rapporteurs who have done an excellent job in capturing the situation in Romania. Romania is a country where European values are deeply rooted in our mentality, and proof of this stands the overwhelming majority of our population that has voted for the reversal of the provisions in the justice system that affected our democracy in 2017. Fortunately, Romania has moved past that point, as the report recognizes too, and we are currently on a path of reforms. We are in the process of adopting the new justice laws which are in the Parliament and which have been drafted in accordance with the help and of the recommendations formulated by the Venice Commission, GRECO, and CVM reports, Cooperation and Verification Mechanism. I appreciate the positive feedback that we are receiving from this report, and this strengthens our confidence in that they meet the European standards. Still on the subject of justice, Romania has made significant progress in the fight against corruption, as confirmed not only by this report, but also by the general public improved perception on the independence of the judiciary. Furthermore, I appreciate the recognition that has been given to my country for handling the Ukrainian refugee crisis. Over 2 million Ukrainians have entered Romania fleeing the war. Our reaction was swift, and not only on the government side, but also from the regular citizens. In the early weeks of the war, when the number of refugees was very high, tens of thousands of Romanians went to the border to help, collect supplies, and offer their assistance by housing the refugees. I thank the rapporteurs for acknowledging this effort. I end my intervention by assuring you, dear colleagues, that Romania is fully committed to the values of the Council of Europe, values that we hold dear to our hearts, as they are equivalent to a better future for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our last speaker, I'm afraid, will be Mr. Zygmunt.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, first I would like to thank the Monitoring Committee and the rapporteurs for their work on the Romania country report. I welcome the report's findings that Romania has made significant progress in the judiciary system reform in the fight against corruption. I agree with the Commission's statement that the effectiveness of any reform undertaken by Romania can only be ensured through proper implementation of the legislation. Any rule is only as good as the extent to which it is respected by authorities and the population. The Monitoring Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly also noted with concern in its draft resolution published on the 14th of September 2022 that Romania is among the states with the largest number of unexecuted judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. Dear colleagues, however, despite of positive developments in other issues, in Romania there are still serious problems with the implementation of the Framework Convention for the Protection of the Rights of National Minorities, and in general with the rights of communities and individuals belonging to national minorities. I would like to highlight the most important of these, and I ask all of you, and in particular the Romanian authorities, to take actions to resolve these long-standing problems. First, the restitution of church property. The slow pace of church property restitution, buildings belonging to the Roman Catholic, Reformed and Evangelical Lutheran churches, is an ongoing problem for decades. The failure to recover in court the Bacenium Library in Gyulafehérvár, Alba Iulia, and the rejection of dozens of other requests for restitution of church buildings constitute acts of discrimination that consistently violate the right of freedom of conscience and religion. Second, the minority use of symbols. The use of these symbols of the national minorities is still sanctioned by the authorities and the courts, respectively. Third, education in mother language. The authorities banned the operation of Roman Catholic High School in Târgu Mureș, Marosvásárhely based on an administrative issue, and at the same time give the authorization for another identical vocational school, an Orthodox Theological High School. This is a clear discrimination towards the more than 400 pupils and their teachers who study and teach at the Roman Catholic Theological High School. Fourth, use of the mother tongue and administrative code. There is a regression concerning the legal framework regarding the use of the mother tongue in the local public administration and in the decentralized services. Fifth, hate speech. The hate speech against Hungarians and Romas is intensely present in sports competitions, especially at football games, both domestic and international games. Hate crimes are not classified as such when the victims are citizens of Hungarian or Roma origins. Dear colleagues, for these circumstances, Romania cannot be considered as an example of good European practices in the field of national minority protection, and therefore we initiated an amendment which is in line with the real findings of the explanatory memorandum of this report. And as a consequence, I consider that we need further steps in Romania for the effective support of national minorities. Therefore, I cannot agree with the report. Thank you again.
Thank you very much indeed. I must now, I'm afraid, interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I now call on Madam Balmani and Madam Estrella to reply. You have 5 minutes in total, that is 5 minutes split between the two of you.
Thank you, Chair. A few words to thank the colleagues who participated in this debate. A word of thanks is due to the Romanian delegation for their collaboration and constructive attitude. And also to the Romanian authorities who received us in Bucharest and answered our questions and doubts. Many thanks to the Secretariat and of the Monitoring Committee, especially to Agnieszka Nakilo, who accompanied us at all times and was tireless to make sure everything went well. We hope, Krista and myself, we hope that our work deserves your approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you no? Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Now, does the acting chair or the vice chairman, as I could call him, of the committee, wish to speak? Because you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And on behalf of the Monitoring Committee, first of all, I want to express my gratitude to these wonderful rapporteurs which Monitoring Committee have. The report on Romania is the last one from the first round of 3 periodic reviews selected in the Monitoring Committee and prepared in the new format. I would like to recall that the committee has been tasked by the Assembly with the preparation of monitoring reports on the member states which are not under full monitoring procedure or post-monitoring dialogue selected on substantive ground while maintaining the objective of proceeding over time periodic reviews on all member states. The other 2 on Malta and Hungary have already been debated. The preparation of this periodic report on Romania, like 2 others, was done under challenging circumstances. Here again, the sanitary restrictions preventing previous rapporteurs from visiting the country, then electoral campaign in their respective countries, change in the rapporteurs, political crisis in Romania. All these events have inevitably delayed the preparation of the report, and I am really grateful to our present rapporteurs, as I already mentioned and said, for their efficient work which enabled the finalized in time of the report. I also wish to thank the Romanian delegation, which has been very cooperative through the whole process. The draft resolution which the Monitoring Committee has submitted for the Assembly's consideration recognized the substantial progress with regards to the functioning of democratic institutions in Romania since its accession to the Council of Europe, but also points to some concerns. The committee intends to continue following the development in this country, in particular, the ongoing structural reforms of the Romanian judicial system in the framework of the future periodic review, which will allow to see to what extent the Assembly recommendations will have been fulfilled. I therefore invite all the members of the Assembly present here in the Chamber to adopt the draft resolution submitted to the Monitoring Committee. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you again to the rapporteurs and to our team from the Monitoring Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sadov. The Monitoring Committee has presented a draft resolution to which 6 amendments and 2 oral amendments have been tabled. They will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium. And I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the chairperson of the Monitoring Committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 5 to the draft resolution, which was unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed to the Assembly. Is that so? Does anyone object? As there is no objection, I declare that Amendment 5 to the draft resolution has been agreed. Any amendment which has been rejected by the committee on the report by a 2/3 majority of the votes cast shall not be put to the vote in plenary and shall be declared as definitively rejected unless 10 or more members of the Assembly object. I understand that the chairperson of the Monitoring Committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 1 to the draft resolution, which was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, be declared as rejected. Is that so? Does anyone object?
Okay, but he needs 10 people.
You need.
Would like to object, Mr. President.
Hang on, John. You need 10 people to object.
10 people to object.
I need 10 people to stand to object. 10 people to stand to object.
1, 2. I think I can see through. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
No, there are only 4 people that have stood to object there. And I remind the Assembly that the objection must be supported by at least 10 members. So, there is no objection, so each amendment, we will just carry on. I understand that Mr. Ionut Marian Stroyer wishes to withdraw Amendment 2 to allow for a conciliatory oral amendment. Does anyone else wish to move Amendment 2? No? Amendment 2 is withdrawn. I've been informed that the committee wishes to propose an oral amendment as follows. In paragraph 5, delete the word concerns and replace with issues so that the second sentence reads, however, some issues related to the new system for investigation and prosecution of criminal offences within the judiciary still need to be addressed. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7.a. Is there any opposition to the amendments being debated? That is not the case. I therefore call one of the rapporteurs to support the oral amendment. Thank you. Yes? The committee is obviously in favour. I shall now put the oral amendment to the vote. The vote, I hope, is open. And the vote is now closed. Can I call for the result to be displayed? The oral amendment is agreed to. I call Mr. Stroyer to support Amendment 3. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned in the committee, the system of redistributing the files has already started. Even if it is quite new, it is functional. To use the word addressed implies the start from zero, which is not the case. This is why we consider that these issues need to be clarified and additional information must be brought forward, not to be addressed. So we want to change the word addressed into clarified. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This amendment is diluting very much the intention of the report and is taking away the concern of the rapporteurs in order to wait for an opinion from the Venice Commission on the justice laws that the Romanian Parliament is about to vote. So we strongly oppose this amendment. Thank you.
What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment? No, the committee?
Majority committee is against.
Okay. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. And the vote is now closed. Can I call for the results? And that has been rejected. I understand that Mr. Stroyer wishes to withdraw Amendment 4 to allow for a conciliation oral amendment. Does anyone else wish to move Amendment 4? Amendment 4 is withdrawn.
Next page.
And I've been informed that the committee wishes to propose an oral amendment to the draft resolution as follows. In paragraph 8, the second sentence deletes the word dissuasive so that the sentence reads as follows. In particular, the National Anti-Corruption Directorate should be commended for continuing the positive trend in terms of the number of indictments and the reduction of the backlog of cases despite insufficient human resources, which is the consequence of very strict criteria for prosecutors' appointments and, in particular, seniority requirements. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7.a. Is there any opposition to the amendment being debated? Nope. Therefore, I call on one of the rapporteurs to support the oral amendment. Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the oral amendment? Nope. Then the committee is obviously in favour, and I shall now put that oral amendment to the vote. The vote is open. I close the vote and ask for the results to be displayed. And that oral amendment is agreed. I call on Mr. Stroyer to support Amendment 6. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. So, number 6. We propose to replace introduce with ensure. And I was mentioning earlier this specialized section for investigation of the judiciary, which was dismantling, was already done, and the creation of the new system is a relatively new development. But one has been seen, has been prized by European institutions and all this, and the new system has proper safeguards that hold, and therefore we need to make sure that are ensured and they are upheld correctly. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Ah, yes, of course.
Dear Chair, we argue against, as this proposal is softening the very clear message of this report. Thank you.
Committee with a large majority in favor of this amendment.
Okay, I shall now put this amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is now closed. Can I call for the result to be displayed? That has been agreed to. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15617 as amended. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 15617 as amended is adopted. That is all for tonight. The Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with the agenda which was approved on Monday morning. The sitting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.